Hey everybody, it's me and oh, here comes Joe. Joe sitting down, and you can hear my lovely little one in the background making lots of noise. That's him there. We're on, Joe.
Oh,
Um, so hi. This
hello.
is not a Raven's Nest episode. I did not plan for that. I didn't do anything for that. I didn't do one Friday because I figured, eh, I don't know. We were just talking about Patreon before we came on the air, and I don't know. I don't even know if there's anybody in here tonight. Is there anybody here? We're one viewer. Hello, one viewer, whoever you are. Um, so yeah, I had some patrons on Patreon, and almost all of them bailed. I've only got one left. I'm just like, wow, is my content that bad? Maybe I won't put up any more Raven's Nest videos. You know, this channel only survives from the kindness of strangers, or those who are stranger than me at the very least. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I think people should become patrons of mine on Patreon, or I'll come to your house and kick your puppies. No, I won't kick your. I would never kick puppies. I mean, unless the puppy was an asshole. I've met asshole puppies. Fuck, I'm just annoyed. Just in general, I wasn't like my being annoyed is a fairly new thing actually today. I was all right most of the day. About 5 minutes before airtime, my kid broke the clock upstairs, glass all over the place. So knocked it right off the wall. You are muted, my friend.
I was crunching. I didn't want to get crunching on the air. But
Yeah, yeah,
so is that what made you annoyed?
yeah. I had to go and clean up glass, and you know.
Is that what motivated you to broadcast tonight? Because you're annoyed and
No,
you
no,
want
no.
to.
That was literally before coming on air. Like
Oh,
I still my makeup was still tacky and everything, and I'm up there picking up glass and sweating, and my hair is sticking to my face, and
hmm,
it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I was really upset. We had one viewer, and they fucking left.
hmm, that sucks.
Ah, shit.
Come back, peoples. Well, did you promote? Oh no, it's saying now you have one viewer again. I just did a
Go back.
refresh. So what I do is I don't actually go into the stream because I don't want to count me as a viewer because otherwise it throw
Right.
So I want to see how many people are actually paying attention. Um, but did you? I mean, I know you mentioned it, but you didn't really promote it, so you might want to post a link to in
No, I put
Facebook.
it on. I put it on both my Facebooks. And YouTube would automatically have generated one when I generated the show an hour ago. So
Hmm. Yeah, I saw the one in YouTube. That's only because
no,
I was looking
yeah,
for it.
yeah. No, I posted on both of my Facebooks. So for those of you watching who are like both of my Facebooks, yes, both of my Facebooks. I have two Facebooks, and no,
Okay, I see it.
only a few people can be on both. Joe is on both.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, I see what you have on Facebook, and it says YouTube, but it's not clear that you're going to be. I would put a caption above, that's saying that you're broadcasting. You're
Oh
going to be
yeah,
broadcast.
that's the Raven J account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was checking that. I checked that one first. I'm checking the other one now. The secret one that only I get to be on, and a few other people. Okay, yeah, you did say you're live on. Okay, okay, on that
Look
one.
at all this hair. Look at I love this. You have no idea how much I love this.
Well, I do actually because when I was younger, I tried to grow, because I'm, I've always been a metalhead, right? Or for much of my life anyway. And so I wanted to grow my hair out and get it long and everything. And when it's short, it's fairly straight actually, but then it grows out and it gets curly and poofy and everything. And so it would just go out instead of down. And someone told me, well, if I let it grow long enough, eventually the weight of it would pull it down. But it
No.
didn't really. And I just got like massive, major fro thing going on. And so, because DNA. So, it's funny because even though I'm technically more European than African, but the African DNA is strong stuff. So,
Yeah. Black hair,
well, and that's one thing that remind. I think I've said this before. I'm sure I have. I'll say it again. I don't care. That Coughlin had said to me about how he thought that it was kind of funny that white supremacists are so concerned about miscegenation because to them they think that white genes are superior, and yet they're worried that if you mix white genes and black genes that the black genes would take over. He's like, well, if that's the case, then that means white genes aren't superior, right?
Right. Logic for 1,000.
Yeah, and so he's like, so you don't really believe that what you're saying, that you're just covering, because if you really believed it, you wouldn't miscegenation wouldn't worry you because the white genes would win out.
Interesting is that you brought up white supremacists because yesterday there was an arrest in Idaho
Mm,
of 31 white supremacists who were all packed into the back of a U-Haul like a bunch of sardines.
mm.
And they had weapons and smoke grenades, and then they were getting ready to attack a pride event. And they were only captured because there was an informant
Mm,
in their group.
right.
What? That's what I read. That's what it said they happened. There was an informant in their midst.
No, somebody saw a bunch of them getting into a van and noticed that they were all dressed as things and reported them as looking like a little army.
They were looking like a little army.
Yes.
So for those of you who don't know, and if you can hear it, Joe, did you hear Peach?
Yeah.
Okay. That disembodied voice, that was Peach. She says hello, everyone. She didn't say that, but she's thinking it, I'm sure. And yeah, she basically said that what I just said was wrong. So,
But I mean, that's what I read as well. That there was an informant, and
yeah. So, but she had said that somebody had called because she saw a whole bunch of people dressed the same getting into a U-Haul.
well, I mean, and those two things are not mutually exclusive either.
It's true. But so that's pretty much the take as far as we know. And yeah, because of that person who either called or was an informant or whatever it was, their plan was foiled.
Quakes foiled again.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for those meddling kids. So there's that. So happy Pride. So I don't know if you noticed the title for tonight's show is "Ain't No Pride." A couple of reasons for that. One, today is the anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting, where 49 people were gunned down in what can be argued to be a gay temple. Clubs are temples for LGBT people. They are safe spaces. When the rest of the world is what it is, LGBT people could always go and be themselves and be free and be open and not have to worry about the bullshit of the outside world inside a club. So I mean, people talk about like movie theaters and schools and all these other places where, right, correct, shootings should not happen. These things should not take place. But like for the LGBT community, a gunman in a club like that killing 49 people, I mean, it's horrific on a lot of levels. And one is, this was the one safe place.
Right.
It's in a very unsafe, unfriendly world, the club is supposed to be a safe haven, and it wasn't that night. So there's that. The other thing is there was supposed to be a Pride event in my county today, Sussex County Pride, which I had been looking forward to. I have a friend from Central Jersey who was supposed to come up. She's from the Philly area. She was supposed to, come up. I haven't seen her in a while, and she was going to bring a friend, and so it was going to be cool. But the event was canceled because of the threat of thunderstorms, which never materialized. So there was no Pride event. So that's why the title is "Ain't No Pride." So, hello, Vegas.
Hey, Vegas.
How are you doing, Joe?
Me, I'm full of consternation.
Oh, you're consternated. You could take something for that.
Yeah. And but yeah, it's I don't know. I'm kind of a weird.
You're in a funk, or
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I would call it that. And it's not, play that funky music, white boy, or anything.
Play that funky music, Mexican boy.
Yeah.
Joe's Mexican, by the way.
You crazy peoples. Yeah. Raven is the craziest peoples.
I am the craziest peoples. I am. So, what else? The televised hearings, which I've got mixed feelings on. We're not finding out a whole lot that's new. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's in there that people are like, "Oh my god!" And it's just like, wait a minute, this was reported like once, and we never heard it again. There's a few of those things. It's just like, but we already knew this. But fine, now it's like in an official hearing. I got it. One thing I did see was people reacting to. I've seen several screenshots of posts from Trump supporters going, "Oh shit, I think I made a mistake," kind of a thing.
Really?
Yeah. So there are some people who had been Trumpers that are. This is news to them, and they're just like, "Holy shit!" Yeah. So,
I mean, that's bizarre because, like, how'd they not know? I mean, this is, we've been trying to sell them this for ever.
there are one thing I have found is there are a lot of people who are not nearly as politically plugged in as we are, that they don't pay attention. There are people that don't watch the news. There are people that are just so disgusted by partisan bickering that they just tune it all out. And sometimes they have no idea what's going on or what's being said or what's happening until or unless it becomes the kind of a thing that ends in a hearing. And then they're like, "Oh shit, what is this?"
Well, and see, this is the thing. I mean, I know some of our mutual friends were saying, "Oh, what's the point?" Because unless there's accountability. But here's the thing: what a lot of people don't realize, a lot of what it takes to get accountability, especially when it comes to politics are involved, is it does take a certain amount of public interest, shall we say? That if because here's the thing, if you go and you start prosecuting people from the other party over politics, right? Although obviously you and I both know very legitimately, like, hey, they tried to overthrow the government. But if you don't make the case to the people, they view it as, hey, this is just you're playing a political game, a very dangerous political game, and there's backlash. So
Right.
you need to get people in the hinterlands to really realize what really happened and how close we came to losing our democratic situation, having democracy here. So once you do that, then it becomes much easier. And even there, like you said, there's people who supported Trump who even at this late date didn't know better for reasons beyond my comprehension.
Right. Well, I mean, because a lot of the things that have been out there could pass, if you're not paying attention, could pass for partisan bickering.
Right.
There are people who, they're Republicans not because they share Republican values or that they're big, supporters of conservatism. They're Republicans because they were always Republicans, and their parents were Republicans, and their parents were Republicans, and that's why they're Republicans. There's a lot of for a lot of people, their political leanings are like their religion. They only have it because that's what their parents gave them,
Right.
and that's awful. I mean, that's awful. Just like religion, that's awful for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
And one is because you're voting based not on what's good for you or for your country or for the economy or for anything, but you're voting based on tradition that is meaningless.
Right.
And there's a lot of that on both sides, not just Republicans. I mean, there are Democrats that are like that too. I'm a Democrat because my parents are Democrats, and their parents are Democrats, and it doesn't matter that if you go back far enough, the Democrats were the right wing. I mean, it's it's a
Well, that's the thing,
meaningless thing.
and this is the reason why, like, well, thinking about it now, like right wingers now will love to try to point out that the Democrats were the party of the Klan, right?
Right.
And they were, but were being the operative word. But there are people like was it Fred Phelps? Up until close to his death was a Democrat because he was a Dixiecrat. He was a Democrat back when they were the party of the Klan, and the party changed and he didn't. But again, tradition. So he kept doing what he had been doing.
Yeah, tradition is a funny thing. Not like haha funny either.
Yeah. Okay. Vegas. Please give it a specific examples of lefty insanity.
Yeah, I did. That's just annoying.
Because again, I don't want to hear Chancey Banks, and I don't want or someone like that. You know what I mean? I want to hear someone in a position of authority, in a position of power. I don't give a fuck about the assholes on Twitter. They have no power. They mean nothing. And yes, are there some nutbags out there? Yes. And for that matter, as if you've actually been paying attention to me for forever, I don't get along with leftists because I think leftists are, mistaken about many things. Because I think a lot of them are willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I'm not, and it's easy to say burn down the house if you don't live in the house or you don't think you live in the house, but when you actually do, Kate, you know, you just stand alone. That was my whole thing. I'm not going to relitigate 2016 anymore. But what I am going to say is what pisses me off about leftists is that they seem to think with their whole thing about they all thought it was about the Democrats, and it wasn't about the Democrats. It was about what keeping us, keeping liberal democracy running, and the Supreme Court, and and so they acted like, we're just walk away as if they weren't also in the lurch. But of course they were. In fact, leftists had even more to lose because when we get rolled back, someone who's a centrist, they kind of go with the tides, right? They'll be like, they might like some leftist things, but they'll like some conservative things, and they'll figure out. Like I know a guy who voted for Obama twice and then voted for Trump, and basically because he figured he would that Trump would cut his taxes, so he didn't really care about the social issues. He didn't care about a lot of stuff that is life and death to people like you and me. He didn't care about that. He's a white dude, he didn't care. And he's well off, so he didn't fucking fuck. But the thing is that for leftists care about all of that supposedly, and if I care about leftist ideals, then I would not want to lose ground. I don't want to lose, and sure you want to make progress, but
here's the thing with leftist insanity. Here's the thing: it doesn't really exist, but the right wing is really, really good at showcasing it.
Yeah,
they're really good. I mean, I just sat through, a Buck Angel, a second Buck Angel Blair White podcast, and it was full of lies from beginning to end. Lies about how you get hormones, lies about how transgender anything works. Oh my goodness, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. That's better.
You okay?
Yeah.
You're gonna pop. No, but I mean, just bullshit, just utter bullshit about how everything trends. that they were talking about was all bullshit. And they're talking about like trans kids and the kids getting surgeries. That isn't happening. It
Right.
is not happening. But they talk about it like it is, and it gets people all riled up. And what do you end up with? You end up with a U-Haul full of 31 people with weapons.
Right.
That's what you end up with. So
Right.
it's like, if that attack had gone through, in my opinion, Blair White would have blood on her hands. I'm sure she's got blood on her hands already.
Yeah. And that is why, Kazoom, you don't give them one, because this is what it fucking leads to. Because that's the thing is that we do say constantly, whenever they say, "Oh, this is happening," and we say it isn't, well, they don't believe us, or
Right.
at least the people who want to push the narrative will tell the people that are their sheep that follow them that it is true, and they
So for
believe them and they
people,
don't believe us.
for people like Buck Angel and Blair White, for them, it's about views and clicks and money. That's what they're doing. So they're selling out their own people. They are spreading misinformation. They are taking kernels of truth, right? And they're blowing them up into great big things that don't exist in
Right.
order to make a profit.
Right.
I mean, Blair White, she's been on with what's his face, the guy who does the To Catch a Predator,
Mhm.
right? She's been on with him.
Yeah.
She taped a show with Dr. Phil. I mean, she is doing everything she can to put her brand out there. And
Yeah.
and she's doing it on the safety of trans children. She is adding to the hysteria that is being perpetuated by right-wing state governments that are doing everything they can to take away the rights of trans people and trans healthcare, and not just from children, just from trans people in general.
Right.
And she is adding to that.
Right. And this is what's it's a sickness. I mean, you know, it really kills me, because I mean, these people that are doing this, they like the adulation, they certainly like the attention and the money, but they don't seem to understand that they're just as much in peril as you and I.
Yeah.
And well, and again, they don't the right wing doesn't like them other than as a prop. They're useful.
They're
And
useful idiots.
and then as soon as they're not useful anymore, they'd be up against the wall just as fast as you and I.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just big news for me after Tuesday.
Well,
Okay. Good luck.
I it's hard to wish you good luck, because I don't know what if it's something I think is good or not. I guess I'll say if it's something.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I mean, it could be like, oh my God, no.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the hell you're gonna do. So
Are you going on a puppy kicking spree after Tuesday? No, no luck. No.
yeah,
We've already established at the beginning of the show, kicking puppies is wrong. No.
kicking puppies is totally wrong, 100%. There's no point at which kicking puppies is ever okay. No to kicking puppies. But so so it's like, so yes, so they'll be okay for the moment, but the instant that they're, well, and Stacey Dash found that out the hard way, right? And she was stumping, and she was on Fox News and all this kind of stuff, and then when she was no longer useful, they kicked her to the curb, and then she literally was came back nearly crying, like I want to be black again. Like, yeah, sorry, Stacey. I mean, you always be black, but you're never really gonna be black. It's like, how's the expression go? Sometimes skin folk ain't kinfolk. You know?
Oh, I don't know if I've ever heard that one. That's a good one.
Yeah. So yeah, you're one of us, but you're not really one of us. You've burnt those bridges. You went out there and stumped for people that hurt us. And then when it blew up in your face, all of a sudden, well, OJ did the same shit, right? When you know, when that all was going on, there were a lot of black people for him. Not that they necessarily thought that he wasn't guilty, is that they just kind of felt like, which rich white guys got away with all sorts of shit. So they're like, well, what about us? How about some balance in the system,
Yeah.
And that somehow that was a victory for us, which of course it wasn't. But then later on, when OJ had his other problems and he basically, well, then after that, after getting all that support, he ignored the black community until he got in trouble again. And then it was like, oh, OJ, oh, you want to be black again? No, 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 no.
No, no,
No,
no.
sorry. Okay,
So
well, medical related, then yes, I wish you good luck. I hope your whatever medical issue is going on, is successfully resolved to your
yeah, I mean
satisfaction.
we're still assuming things here, but it does make more sense now to wish you luck.
Yes, yes, yeah,
I mean, you're not going to have another head sewn on, right? I don't know if that would be good. That's medical
yeah,
related.
yeah. He's not safe like Beetle Brox or anything like that.
Yeah.
Zaphod Beetlebrox.
So yeah. What else?
Oh, not too much, man. I don't know. It was a good day. I mean, I played, you know, my RPGs with friends. It's I think it's like a D&D clone, so it was fun. We had a good time. I'm not. Tomorrow's work day, and I really don't want it to be. And
I
I don't
understand.
have too much super pressing. I think I've got a meet, like a Zoom meeting or something like that. Let me check my schedule real quick. No, I don't have anything. I could take the day off, or I could make it like Friday was a slow burn day. I was just so out of it, and I got some things done, but I pushed the penny, but I didn't. But didn't do work hard. But there's a quote that's due. Let me see, 16th. Realistically, I have to get my quote in on the 15th to whoever we're bidding to. I don't know who we're bidding to yet, but it's for a job at Exchange Place, doing some work there, uh,
Okay.
and for Path System. But I mean, I got all the information. It's just a matter of getting off my ass and doing it. I'm waiting. Plus, I'm waiting on some numbers from people too. So I do have a little bit of an excuse, but I can't. I can't. I really should get things ready so that once I get the numbers, then I can just fix my spreadsheet and then plug everything in. But I've been slow, and there's some other things I have to do. But yeah, I'm just kind of. I don't know. I'm in a weird, I've been annoyed. Annoyed is a good word. I've been annoyed, and I don't really know why.
No, it is a good word. I like that word. It's a good word.
Yeah, I've been annoyed, and I don't understand why, but I am annoyed. So
So I have a friend um, who is probably watching. Um, Alex was a trans woman,
mm,
um, very early in transition, and she's probably watching. And I will say, and she probably is aware of this. She makes me crazy.
yeah, me too.
I'm just like, ah. Here's the thing. I mean, I get it. I get it. She is sheltered. She has spent the better part of her adult life, if not all of it, in a university, in a college setting.
Hmm.
Um, she's got, at the very least, a couple degrees. And she's in school. She's one of those people who's in school forever.
Mm.
Um, and because of how deeply involved in her studies that she doesn't have a whole lot of experience with the world at large. And that leads to not understanding a lot of things between current events and, what it is to be LGBT in the world. She's very, very, very afraid, which I understand because, so am I. Um,
Good reason for that.
Nowadays, yeah, yeah. It's not like it was a few years ago. It's things have gotten worse. Um, this is not the golden the golden age of gaydom. It really is not. But I mean, I get it, and that's probably her. I don't know for sure, but it might be. I don't know. Um, but I mean, I get it, and it's like at the same time, I don't have the energy and I don't always have all the answers. And I can't just explain every single thing to her.
Mm,
And it's just like, you're making me crazy and I need to walk away. So,
I understand that for sure.
and I feel bad because it's not like her intentions are bad. She just doesn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad that you haven't yelled at her yet.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I
There were
mean,
a couple of posts where it looked like you were going to, and I was just
there
like, just Joe, just don't say nothing.
there were a few where I seriously wanted to, but well, I knew she was your friend, and I kind of grokked the situation, but I decided just to answer and very pointedly,
Yeah.
like you need to really understand that the world is not how you think it is.
So, so if her name on Facebook is Alex, but she's going by Melissa. More and more, she's taken on the name Melissa. It's a pretty name.
It
So
is.
good for her. So Melissa, if you're watching, um, the best, honestly, in my honest opinion, my honest advice is the best thing that you can do is to leave school grounds every now and then. You have to experience the world. You have to get out there. You have to see what's going on and what's being said, and you have to.
Mm,
Eventually, you're gonna have to. I mean, you have to. Um, you need to stop sheltering yourself.
yeah,
It is
that's
so
good.
tempting to do. Sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it is.
No,
It's just so tempting to do. I mean, part of me would like to also, you know, just kind of, shelter from the world and live in a bubble, but you can't do that. And I think Melissa has the freedom to a certain extent to do that, and I think it's bad for her. I think it's detrimental. She needs to get out of there. Just my
yeah,
two.
I think in general, I think for most people, it would be better if they were not so sheltered. That I mean, it's the cause of a lot of problems, right? I mean, if you look at the people we're talking about, the ones that are like petrified, that are easily led and petrified of all things LGBTQ and BLM and all that. It's because where they live, the bulk of them don't live in large population centers. They live in hinterlands. They don't see anyone who's not like them, and so they're fucking petrified of anyone who isn't.
Right.
And even like I was talking to somebody about this the other day when it comes to like religion. You know, you talk to some of these people and they're if there's more than one church in town, it's another slight variation on the one that they go to. So,
Right.
I was trying to explain to somebody a long time ago about how like they didn't understand why here in New Jersey, for instance, that in most places talking about religion is kind of a somewhat of a taboo subject. And it's not that people aren't believers. There's tons of believers here, just as like everybody else. But the difference is that in any given town, the chances are there's going to be tons of different religions, tons of variations with sects within religions, and so
Mm.
it's kind of a courtesy thing. I'm not going to preach at you if you don't preach at me,
So
because the
I
chances are the person next to you doesn't believe the same as you.
I
Right.
lived in the town of Sussex, like the town proper
Right.
of Sussex, and it's like 2 square miles kind of a thing. It's a very small, town, like the proper town. And within that space, there's like a Catholic church, there's a Presbyterian church, there's a Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall. There's a whole shitload of them.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, there's a lot. In that small space, there's a lot of different religions. There's a lot of different faiths. New Jersey is quite clearly very much a melting pot.
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly. And so as a result, again, it's not that you're not allowed to talk about these things, but it's kind of considered a bit rude to engage in it when other people are not likely to hold the same views. So you basically say, all right, I won't preach at you. You don't preach at me. We're good.
Right. Right. Now, I mean, it's understandable, but at the same time, living in a society that always tells you not to talk about religion has made it difficult to talk about religion.
That's true. Um, it's and I don't know that I don't necessarily have a good answer for it. See, the thing is, it's not so much even that you can't talk about it. It's just that, see, the thing is, the people we're talking about, though, they don't want to just talk about it. They don't want to have an exchange. They want to convert you. They want to push their religion on you. They want the laws to comport to their religious beliefs, and that's the problem.
Right.
See here, even if people have tried it, but no one group is populous enough to make it happen. And
Right.
again, there's that concern that, well, hey, if I do this, they might try to do it back at me, and they would. That's why I always laugh about, like, when Catholics are in a weird bunch, because leaving the actual church itself out for a minute, Catholics as a group tend to be there's a conservative Catholic and there's the liberal Catholic, right? And they exist in the same churches.
Yep.
Because they take different things away. I was a liberal Catholic, when I was religious, and so, but there are a lot. If you look at, like, what percentage of Catholics actually believe the more conservative stuff, it's a minority. It's like 30-40%. Most of them, Catholics tend to be more liberal. But the problem is, because they're religious, and they feel, because the Democrats and the left, certainly the leftists, are not pro religion, generally speaking. So they feel they've allowed themselves to feel alienated, because a lot of it's self-fulfilling. And then then you end up siding with religious conservatives, many of whom come from like, Baptists and some of these others, that think that the Catholic Church is of the devil. And again, if we did have a theocracy, they'd be up against the wall just like you and I. They don't understand this, so it's like, well, that person, again, that they'll use you to get what they want, but once they have it, you're on the outs too. And
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, people don't get that.
I've reminded some of my Catholic friends that, like, yeah, those guys, don't, they're not really your allies. They're, they'll turn on you the instant they no longer need you.
Let's see here. Sorry. Hey. Okay. So I don't know. There's 4 people watching.
Oh, that's not too bad.
I'm sorry?
That's not so bad.
It's not so bad. No. But I mean, it's nothing like, the Blog TV days.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But then again, I used to strip in the Blog TV days. So
yeah, well, yeah.
I don't do that anymore. Number one, YouTube won't let me. Number 2, I got a big belly now.
That's funny.
So Vegas said that they would be back, and I don't know if they're back or not. BBL, right? Be back later, or is that like, big beautiful lips? I have no idea.
That's funny.
BBL, big beautiful lips. I want to do that. I was talking with Peach about that the other day. I don't have lips anymore. When I was young, I had nice big full lips. I don't anymore. I've got old lady lizard lips.
Oh,
I know, it sucks. Gonna find out how much it is to get them all injected with, whatever the fuck they inject it with, cotton.
God.
They just cut them open, stuff them up with cotton, sew them up again, like a rag doll.
That's funny.
I was hoping Michael would come. He wasn't on the last one either.
That's true.
Loser.
Yeah, you know how he is. Silly man.
Hmm. I don't know. I have questions about the direction of the channel, of the live streams and all that.
Hmm.
I don't know what I want to do with it. I was kind of hoping I could build an audience fairly quickly, um, and that didn't happen.
Hmm.
Um, and that doesn't mean that it won't happen. It just, as of now, hasn't happened.
Right.
Um, and I thought it would be a good idea to have guests on, and um, but then Michael was why I was hoping he would come on. Was just like, so what is this channel going to be? Is this going to be, Raven, or is this going to be who Raven knows? And it's just like, oh shit, that's actually that's a pretty good question. I didn't even
Come on.
think about that.
I'm getting Miss Whiny Heiny here was whining at me and she wanted to come up.
Lily.
Yes, that's exactly. Yeah, it's Lily. Miss Lily. The silly Billy. Oh, not my dad and daddy's net throat. she it's funny when she wants something, she gets very urgent. She's like, like, or same thing with going out. She's like, oh, I gotta go out. Everything is right now, right, Miss Lily? So you see, you're on TV. See, take a look on.
I'm surprised that we have a new member of our household. I'm surprised she's not down here. But we have a cat. She's small. They said she's like 2 years old, but she looks small. She's small. And so we named her Shanna,
For like shenanigans.
which is short for shenanigans. So we have our little, tuxedo kitty named Shenanigans. So, and she's actually really lovable. She lets you rub her belly and the whole.
Oh,
Yeah, she's really really cool. Um,
that's so cool.
uh,
Yeah, Lily doesn't let you rub really. She demands it. She demands it, right? Don't you? Don't
hey,
you?
what's up there, CJ? I'm glad you liked the stream. I saw your comment that you liked the stream.
All right, earful.
Happy Pride.
And happy puppy.
Happy puppy.
Little baby puppy.
I have oh wow. Not a whole lot for this. I have July 1st. I have a takes a while to build an audience, it's true. I have coming up July 1st, I have a consultation for bottom surgery.
Mm.
So that'll be interesting. So yeah, that's coming up. I got all kinds of stuff coming up. I got consultation for this, consultation for that. I have a mammogram coming up in a couple of weeks.
Mm. Wow. That's a lot.
I have about 2,000 subscribers, CJ, but they don't watch the live streams. They don't even watch my videos. They're just subscribed.
Yeah.
Which I think is fairly common on YouTube in general.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the community that Serious Mind and I are in, which is the Great Debate community, it's common for people to subscribe because they're on the same side of an argument as you, and they don't watch your videos because they don't really give a shit.
Right.
A lot of that.
Or they saw one video of yours that they liked and they subscribed, and then they weren't interested in any of the others, and they stopped watching.
Yeah.
See what sucks is like when I first started making videos, I had the opposite issue. I was basically like getting anywhere between 2 times and 4 times my subscriber base's views. So more people than I had as subscribers were watching my videos. So it was weird. So people were watching me and they were liking my videos, but they weren't subscribing. I'm like, I don't understand, and that persisted until I was like, even when I got up to about, like the low 1,000 range, I was getting more views. It wasn't 3 or 4 times anymore. It was more like one and a half, but I was still
Yeah.
getting more views than subscribers.
Yeah.
And
You don't have that.
and then, but yeah, I mean, more content. Content does matter. I mean, see, this is the thing. This is why, like, I look at someone like Steve. Steve's obviously done marvelous with his channel. Steve is consistent, and he has regular days. Like, okay, this day is this type of video, and that day is that type of video. He doesn't have as many shows as he used to. Like, I missed, like, first it was Five Stupid Things, it became Five Things. I missed that show a lot. He used to. There was this.
Oh, he doesn't do that anymore. The 5 things.
No, not for quite a long time. He retired it, and then there was another show that he used to do, which wasn't really his fault that it ended. Was he used to read the letters to one of his local newspapers, but that paper stopped running that column, so he didn't have the content anymore.
Oh, was that the riffing on his hometown, whatever it is?
Yeah. So there was some Hagerstown newspaper,
Yeah.
and you'd get all these like wacky right wing people writing in all sorts of wacky bullshit, and he would read it and make fun of it.
Actually, pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, I loved that. Was one of my favorites. I loved that because it was you know if you really stopped and think about it, it was actually horrifying that you had people that believe like this. But in the narrow view, you could laugh at it because it was like, oh, how wacky. Um, but I understand why. Like I said, the one they stopped the column. He had other sources he could have used, but he decided, not to do it anymore. Which again, I get. But Five Things was great. Especially, it's funny because when he decided he was going to stop calling it Five Stupid Things, I wrote like a couple impassioned pleas to him on through like Facebook Messenger, like, oh, you got to
Right, don't do this.
don't do this, don't do this. But you know what? Here's the funny thing about it. He said, "Look, Joe, I hear you, I respect you, but I feel I need to do it." And in part was because he felt like there are people who feel like using the word "stupid" is like bad for people who are like,
Here's the thing. I get that. I get that. And I got when he was saying it, and I got that too. The problem is there is no way that you can do anything without offending someone or hurting somebody's feelings or having somebody feel as though they're being victimized.
Mm.
There's nothing.
Right.
It's unavoidable. And I believe you have to pick and choose your battles.
right,
There's all kinds of shit that annoy the shit out of me about different groups, people who form their own communities, and I can bitch and moan about them for hours. I just don't,
right.
because it's not a battle that's worth fighting.
Right. And that's the thing, and well, especially here's the thing, and I get the idea of, okay, people who are not neurotypical and all that, but the thing is, okay, there's certain words we don't use related to people who are neuroatypical that we don't use anymore. They were medical terms, but we don't use it because they were used as insults.
Right.
But a term like stupid was never a medical term. And so it's not like we would call people who are neuroatypical, who have some sort of learning deficit or something like that.
Right.
We wouldn't call them stupid because that would be fucking mean.
And not only would it be mean, I mean, it wouldn't make sense as far as like it would just be inaccurate.
Right.
Like I have I have 4 children. The 2 youngest are special needs. The older of the 2 is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. A very specific. Actually, I think there's 2 of them. There's this very specific diagnoses that he has.
Mm.
He is mostly nonverbal, but he's brilliant. Like, if anybody were to ever say he's stupid, I mean, not only is that absolutely cruel and mean, it's wrong. I
Right.
mean, it's just factually incorrect,
Right.
because he's brilliant. I mean, he's 4, and I mean, I was drilling him on add and subtracting, without counting, without drawing the pictures, without, how many apples is this kind of a thing. I'm like, if you have 2 and 2, what do you have? And he's like 4. If you have 2 and 3, and he's like 5. He's 4.
Right,
He's
right,
4.
right. So he's not
It's
even
not
gotten
even
this.
something they
Not, not,
taught in school yet.
right, right. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing. And so I'm kind of like, and so and I've heard some people say, well, yeah, they get the fact that we're talking about people who have the ability to don't use it, but they still think somehow that's insulting people who don't have the ability. I'm like, well, it's like you're saying not having the ability is bad. I'm like, well, it's definitely detrimental. I mean, to you, to the person. I mean,
Right, right,
it's just like people with handicaps. Like, okay, the problem with what way people have treated people with handicaps is that they either condescend to them, they patronize them. There's all
mhm,
sorts of mistreatment, and I get that. But the idea that it's insulting to say that it's more beneficial to not be disabled than it is ridiculous. I mean, and I say this as someone with growing increasing disability as I get older. I have a bad knees, I have a bad back. So walking is difficult. You see me
right,
trundle around, and it's worse now than it used to be. I'm losing my eyesight. My eyesight's continuing to get worse. That's a disability. I'm technically legally blind. I'm correctable, but without glasses, I'm considered legally blind. My eyesight's horrible.
right,
So I am somebody with disabilities. My doctor signed up. I still have to send the thing in, but I got a, disabled car, like a license plate and tag coming. And so I'm not some able person who's beaten up on disabled. I'm a
right,
disabled person who accepts reality that it's because I'll tell you what, I'm fucking terrified of what things are going to be like when things get worse for me. So, so yes, it's another way to be. And I think that our society needs to accommodate everyone because I don't think we should marginalize somebody because they can't walk or can't see or whatever they can't do. But to pretend that a disability isn't a disability doesn't make any sense to me.
right. Yeah, it doesn't make it disappear either.
Right, right.
Right,
In fact, because here's the thing: if it wasn't, then we wouldn't need to accommodate people, but we do and we should. That's the thing. So because we shouldn't be shutting people out of society because they can't do everything that everybody else can do.
right. And using a word isn't going to remember, right? This started because of stupid.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're stuck on stupid. So I don't know. I just thought it was silly for the reasons that we've already both have spoken about. And it's like, okay, I get it. I that's
Now,
not a hill I would want to
no.
die on.
Now that said, all that said, I will say when he changed it to five things, what it did is it opened the show up to be more than just about stupid things. Because then it could be five uplifting things or five, annoying things, and it really so it
Yeah,
actually
that makes
became
sense.
it became a better show. So even though I disagreed with his reasoning for doing it, it ended up being a better show
Right.
because it opened up vistas for the show that didn't exist before.
I get that.
So that was cool. Um,
Yeah, Agent of Doubt is supporting as a viewer today. Okay, whatever that means. So,
yeah,
okay, so getting back to what I was talking about, right? So, Agent of Doubt had basically said, that is Raven's Nest, is it Raven's show or is it a show about who Raven knows? Because I was gonna have Pimp Monk on, I still might. Um, you know, the goddamn podcast, they want us to do
mm,
another crossover. And they want me on one Tuesday. They want me to be on with TJ
mm.
on a Tuesday. So I mean, so there's all that stuff is happening. Um, we've had Steve Shives on,
And he said he's willing to do it again.
and we will have him on again, and and that's all fine and good, and that's all great. But like Agent of Doubt said, is this a show? Who does Raven know, or is this Raven's show? And it's just like, wow, okay. I mean, that really made me stop and think because I mean, I do want it to have, the Ravens Nest to be my show. Um, my boobs are actually This is very deceptive and it's on purpose. So that's number one. Number two, they are real. There's nothing, there's no surgery, no plastic, there's no breast forms. They're real. They're not nearly as big as they look.
See. The thing is, though, when you said that, I'm gonna say something horrible, but it's for fun. For fun, just joking.
Okay.
Um, but well,
I can handle it.
of course, it's deceptive. You're a woman.
The thing, makeup too, right? It's always like, oh, well, women are so deceptive because of the makeup. It's like, and if they didn't wear the makeup, you complain. So shut the fuck up.
Well, what's really amazing to me, I'm sure you've seen them. There's they call them they're makeup catfish videos where they have a woman and she's not made up, and or she may be made up but made to look less attractive than she really is.
Right.
And then she's like, "Ugh," and then she like goes like this, and then boom, oh my god, she's amazing
Yeah.
looking. Which some of those are like how is that fucking even possible? Like you have to start looking. Okay, well I see that feature and that feature, and that's really her, and but it also goes to show how deceptive the fashion industry is and the media are when they show models, because they create these, a lot of feminists have talked about this, how they create these unrealistic images, and it's all fake. And because not only do they do that with the makeup, but then they airbrush
Yeah.
to do even more, and so women are trying to achieve something that's not real.
There's one of those the catfish makeup things. The amount of makeup that they put on in order to achieve the finished product, it's insane. I mean, it's just number one. I mean, this video is always sped up, right? So you're talking like hours worth of applying makeup, and as layer over layer over layer. This isn't something that everybody can just do.
No.
It'd be bad for your skin. There's no way you would have enough time in order to do it. I mean, it's just, and I have a feeling that in person, it doesn't look nearly as good as it does on video, because I could say that because I think I look good, right? I look good. It's on camera. When I look in the mirror here at home, it's almost like drag queen.
Really?
Because the eyeshadow is pretty heavy, and that's so it shows up on camera.
Well,
So,
and that's the thing. There is the concept, like what stage makeup is, right? I
yeah,
mean, when you look at people with stage makeup on from the audience, they look
yeah,
amazing, and then
they look
you
amazing.
see them up close and they look like clowns, because
Right,
everything is accentuated so that it'll look right on stage or on
right,
camera or whatever. Um,
right.
you
Like
know,
I use you know, contouring, you know, and it's dark. I mean, I kind of like, spread it out really thin, but it's dark. I mean, like if I were to go out, I wouldn't really use that
mm,
same color or as much, because it's just too much.
mm.
But for the camera, I mean, you kind of have to, otherwise it doesn't look like your face has a shape,
Yeah, right,
because it
right.
creates contours. So
Hey, my face is a shape. Round is a shape.
everybody's decided to get into shape, and the shape I've chosen is a triangle. So there's a Howie Mandel joke from like the 80s. His first HBO special, I could remember it like word for word almost.
Oh god. I remember that. Him and uh my cousin Vance, like he discovered Bobcat Goldthwait. Like he was just he wasn't mainstream yet. He was still like tiny. He was always trying to do the act, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And then eventually, he became up, and he's like, That's the guy I've been telling you about. Like, oh, okay. But yeah, I remember Harry
Bobcat
Mandel
is
when he was
hilarious the
was that.
first two times. Bobcat's hilarious the first two times.
Hmm. Well, the thing is that actually the last show I saw of his, he was doing all new material, but he doesn't do that much anymore. He mostly directs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um,
But
but
I
every
mean,
once in a while,
because the bulk of his material for years was the character,
right?
and the character is funny. It's just it doesn't stay funny, because eventually it's like Andrew Dice Clay. I liked Andrew Dice Clay at the beginning, but
Mm,
after a while, it's just like, you're a douchebag. That's really what it is. that's your act is you're a douchebag.
being a douchebag. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, and that's why like I remember watching a thing when uh Louis C.K. had done this thing where he was uh giving an award posthumously to George Carlin, and so he was speaking at this event, and he was going to give it to his daughter Kelly, to George's daughter Kelly, and he was talking about how like when he was before he got big, he was struggling, and he had a small following. He was known, he had been on TV, but he wasn't really going anywhere. And he's like, he got to work with George Carlin in one thing, and he's like, how do you do it? How do you build up like this? And the guy's like, and Carlin was like, oh yeah, well at the end of after I do my act and I do my special, and then I throw out all my material and start over. And he was like, it took me years to get this one tight hour. What do I, he's like, no, but people have seen it. Like you said, they see it, if they'll see it once. If they see it a second time, they might laugh, but they're never going to come back again
Right.
because they've seen it. There's nothing
Seen it.
new.
Exactly.
And it
And like
wasn't
Howie Mandel, right, where this all started from, right? The bulk of his career also was a character,
right.
a funny character that,
What?
yeah, I mean, Howie Mandel did his first special on HBO was hilarious. Then he did the one from Hawaii.
Right.
And the only thing I remember from that is he came onto stage and he had hula girls, 4 of them around him, and they're dancing as they walked onto the stage. They're doing their hula thing. And when he got up to the mic, he said, "I've been traveling all over the island like that. It's a bitch to park." And then he said, "Actually, it's 4 bitches to park." And that is the only thing I remember from the Hawaiian special.
Because it was different than the rest of the material.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, um, trying to think. Oh, he had another one. Although he did mix it up some, but one person who I eventually got tired of was Gallagher. For the
Yeah.
same reason. Now Gallagher did like to do he did like to do about language and words, and so at least the first few specials he basically had 2 parts. He had the words, and then he had the stupid fruit thing. But eventually, like, it was like, oh, not the fucking fruit thing again. So the
Yeah.
word thing no longer was compelling. After 3 or 4 specials, it was like, yeah, okay, yeah, your word stuff is good, but the fruit stuff drives me fucking batty.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So I don't know. Well, it kind of brings us right back to the show here. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to. The show doesn't have an identity. The Raven's Nest. I mean, this isn't a Raven's Nest broadcast, so it's not that big of a deal. But the Raven's Nest show doesn't have a whole lot of identity, and I was kind of hoping I could do that, like
that's
create some
ironic.
identity for it. Huh?
That's ironic.
I know, right? Especially since it's named after me.
Well, exactly.
And
You have an identity, and you've sorted out your identity, but you haven't sorted out the identity
the,
of
the
your
show
show.
doesn't have an identity. And that's really what Agent of Doubt was getting at, was like, the show does what is this show that he's on all the time, right? What is this show? And it's just like I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I there is, sorry, Joe, but there is like this belief that I share to an extent. One of the few, well, not few, one of the few attractive trans women on on the internet. There's only 3 of us. That would be something that I could, like, get enough viewers from, and I could create, a show on that, and that would be the identity of the show, that kind of a thing. And I don't know if that's what I want to do, and I don't know. I mean, there's things I don't know about that people who are going to watch that kind of a thing are going to be looking for. I don't have. I am not Natalie. I am not evil like Blair. So
it's a tough call. I mean, that's part of it too, right? Because you don't have it in you
be a piece of shit? No.
to be a piece of shit and just do shit for views and money and all that.
Yeah. No.
Um, and there's a lot of people we used to know that went that route.
I know. I know. And that's just not me. And that's, and I would like to have an audience. And I want to have, for those of you watching who missed the beginning, go to, my Patreon page. We'll get you a link somewhere and please become a patron. I want to make enough money from my internet stuff to hire a 25-year-old little muscle twink to serve me sodas while I'm on the air. And I don't think that's asking too much.
Oh, did you see? I think you responded to, or at least reacted to it. That comment I posted that Shatner said about being it's about billionaires, doing building, going to space and all that.
Yes.
It's like going to the Riviera. I'm like, he said it's not an ego. It's not a it's not it's not an ego thing. It's like going to the Riviera. I'm like, hey, you entitled fucking piece of shit. Nobody gets to go to the Riviera except for like a few thousand people on the fucking
Yeah.
planet
Yeah.
because it's the most expensive parts in the world. Like, how out of touch are you, you rotten bastard? Like,
See, here's how bad my Patreon is doing. I made more money off of OnlyFans.
wow.
And I don't have shit on OnlyFans. So I made more money on OnlyFans than I did on Patreon. I did more money on OnlyFans this month than I made on Patreon in the last 4 months. No, 3 months. That's how bad my Patreon is doing. And like I said, I can't hire a 25-year-old muscle twink to serve me drinks on the $4.50 I just got from Patreon. So you people need to do something.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I realized early on when on YouTube that I was never gonna make not even beer money. Even though I was in the partner program for a while, I never got a single check, not one.
So do you remember I was saying about like the whole tipping thing on YouTube? How I can't get that because I don't have enough monthly views in order for people to do the super chat. Well, I learned there is a different service that you can get that does the exact same thing and even does the whole super chat thing on the screen on YouTube.
Oh,
And it's
nice.
called Streamlabs. So I have to make an account with them and blah, 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 and connect my
Okay.
YouTube to it. And I could basically have super chat, except it would be Streamlabs.
Yeah. I mean, part of
So
the problem is you haven't. I mean, you've only made, other than this live streams, you really done like one or two videos in the last like 4 months. So that's another reason why you don't have a lot of views because you haven't been putting up content. I mean,
I know. I don't. I mean, I just do the streams. I stopped making videos again. I don't want to say I ran out of steam. It's just, what happens is I make the mistake of looking at the views and I'm like,
right, and then you get
is
discouraged.
my content really that bad? I mean, my older videos where I did stupid shit like pick on low-hanging fruit of theists had a lot more views
Well,
than
because being mean to people gets views, Raven. You know that. Plus the fact, remember, back in the day, the algorithm was different. It wasn't so heinous as it is now. Because I know people, even people we know that are popular. If you look at the views relative to their sub count, it's abysmally low.
Yeah.
So you have to really, basically, what YouTube wants you to do, they want you to either have a sponsor or they want you to like pay to promote shit because that's how they're gonna make money, right? So
I don't mind doing that, but nobody's going to do that on a trans channel, though. You say trans, and the sponsors run,
Yeah,
especially today. And I mean, almost anything LGBT on YouTube is poison as far as sponsors.
yeah.
So,
Which is pretty
which
fucked up.
it is. Well, yeah. I mean, absolutely. It's just again, it's just like, what's the issue here? I don't know which one takes a higher percentage. Actually, I think they're about the same.
Well, it's funny though. I mean, there's a lot of things that YouTube considers, not advertiser friendly though, that would actually like. Okay, I watch a lot of military related stuff, and a lot of the people there are like, yeah, we can't, we get demonetized all the time because we said the word tank or we said, war or whatever. And it's like, it's not advertiser friendly, but there's ads on the fucking videos. And that's the thing that pisses me off because YouTube is ripping people off. If they tell you your video is not advertiser friendly and then they run fucking ads,
Yeah.
clearly that was a lie and they're just stealing your content to make
Yeah,
money.
no, YouTube is really bad that way. And CJ, actually, for a lot of the stuff on YouTube, whether or not it's advertiser friendly or whether or not they're sponsors, for your content really depends on what YouTube decides. Not so much because, yeah, there are a lot of LGBT organizations and media and all kinds of stuff out there that would sponsor videos, but whether or not YouTube allows them is that's a whole different story. YouTube is the final arbiter whether or not they decide you are going to be have ads or who's going to sponsor you and all that stuff. They decide that shit.
Well, what CJ is saying though is if you join a network, then
They still do that though, the whole in-network thing.
oh yeah,
I thought that was over.
no, that's really the only way people who do make money. That's the only way you really do it. You end up having to give up a chunk of the money to be on the network. It does give you some advantages, like some of the better networks have paid for licensing for some of the music, so you can use certain copyrighted music. And
Well,
they,
I was
and
I have
they'll
to
do
check it
promotion
because
and all that.
I was in a network. I don't know if I'm still. I have no idea if I'm still in it or not. I don't think I am. I don't remember ever leaving it though. I was in a network, and they didn't do shit for me. The only thing that they offered was, well, you said like music. I had there was a pretty big list of royalty free music that I could use through them.
Yeah.
None of it was impressive though, really, to the point where it's like, oh, I'm glad I got this.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, some networks are better than others. There are some networks that are just absolute shit and worthless. Like, do you remember Nate's Vlogs?
Who?
Nate's Vlogs.
Yes.
Yeah. He was in one network and basically he was getting screwed over by the network. And so he basically shit canned his channel because they wouldn't let him out of his contract. So he basically exploded the channel and then started a new channel and then got on a new network that worked better for him.
Where would it be? And I'm looking at my channel, see if I could find where it would even be. 1,939 subscribers. Oh, I am up. I am up one. Let's try something. Why did that not type? No, I'm not looking for videos. Stoop.
I have fallen down to 1,810, mostly because I'm not doing it. I haven't done much in the way of content in a very long time.
Yeah. No.
I had just literally just creeped over 2,000. I think my peak was 2004, and then
Yeah, I don't even see anything about networks anywhere. Like, how do you even find that?
you have to actually, let me see.
No, my views are about the same as normal, 437.
That's not bad. Yeah. Multi-channel network overview for YouTube creators. I'll pop it in the private chat.
OnlyFans is at DevShell.
Ooh, excuse me.
Oh my goodness. At DevShell on OnlyFans. Oh, I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There it is. Pop that in there. Like I said, I ain't got shit on there anyway. I mean, there's some boob shots. Multi-channel network overview for YouTube creators. I don't know. This doesn't help me because I can't find where. I don't know. All right, I'll play with that later. I will play with that later instead of doing that like right here live.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, everybody! Why don't you all sit and watch me quietly read?
Yeah, yeah.
Gee, I wonder why I'm not getting any views.
Could be.
Hmm.
Let me see here. Well, we were up. We have 6 watching now. We were up to 8.
Yeah, yeah. I scared people away. It's my voice. There's something else too. I actually do believe that. I honestly do believe that if I could, like, work on my voice a little, that might help. I think it's shocking to some people. So I could be wrong, but I just think that.
Yep. But yeah. Well, here's your question though. I mean, I get Mike's point that okay, what's the identity of the channel? What do you want to do with it? But I'm not sure the whole thing of your channel or channel of people. I don't see the distinction, and I don't really understand like how that's mutually exclusive.
Well, I mean, like, Natalie has her brand, right? Thunderfoot has his brand. Um, Blair White is a shitty person, but nonetheless, she has a brand. Um, I don't. Like, you know, I sound like B. Arthur. Is that my brand? I'm just saying.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
Oh, that reminds me too. We were talking about people getting upset about everything. So
Mhm.
okay, now here's let's see. Yeah, I want to try the word. This is carefully,
Delicately.
yeah, delicately as possible. So I get it when people try to blame mental illness for anytime someone's violent, they try to blame mental illness, which in most cases that's not true. Most mentally people are not most mentally ill people are not violent. Most violence is not committed by people who are mentally ill. But I remember I saw somebody make a post about people who were violently mentally ill. That exists. That's a real thing. There are people who are
Right.
violent.
Right.
And people were like quick to like, oh, but hey, we're not talking about all people. We're not talking about all mentally ill and mentally ill people. We're not talking about all violence. We're talking about the confluence of those two circles in the Venn diagram.
Right.
The violently mentally ill. Here's violent people. Here's mentally ill people. There's an intersection there. I don't know how big or small it is, but it exists. When we're talking about that, it doesn't do to come in and like, oh, but not everybody who's mentally ill is violent. Yeah, we know that. We're not saying that. So it's just like chill.
Yeah. I had posted earlier on Facebook. I hate the term law-abiding citizen and also responsible gun owner. Every time the topic about gun laws comes up and background checks and everything else, it's always just like, well, this is only going to affect law-abiding citizens. Okay, so here's the thing: every single one of these school shooters, or just mass shooters in general, they're all law-abiding citizens until they're not. So, I mean, this whole thing about like a law-abiding citizen doesn't mean anything because everybody's a law-abiding citizen until they're not, and then it's too late. So, it's a nonsense term. It's nonsensical. It doesn't mean anything in the context.
Well, plus the fact they're trying to argue that people who are already following the law will be hurt by following the law. Like if we
Yeah,
change
right.
the law,
Again, another thing that just doesn't make any damn sense. It's like, oh, well, gun laws, but it's not. Guns don't kill people. People kill people, which is exactly why gun laws affect people.
Hmm.
So
Well, that's the thing. Especially background checks are not a regulation of guns. They're a regulation of
of
people. You
people,
know, the ones that kill people or
yeah,
potentially kill people. Um, yeah, it's such a dishonest
yeah,
argument.
well, it is.
It's all dishonest arguments.
It's terrible, and it's kind of I like the whole thing about like if my kid was hitting another kid with a stick, the stick didn't do anything wrong, but I would still take the stick away.
Right. Right. Um, and especially what's really funny is a lot of these people think they're originalists. They think that they're, oh, we want to go by the original interpretation of the Constitution. Well, the original interpretation of the Constitution, the Second Amendment, was not an individual right. It was a
Right.
right of the people.
Of the people to have a militia for self-defense,
Right.
right? What is the beginning part of it about the defense of a state?
Right. And
Right.
there's 150 years of case law where the Supreme Court ruled that it was not an individual right. In fact, that's how the laws basically making a machine gun illegal were to be able to get through, because they ruled at the time that owning any particular firearm was not an individual right, and that the state had the right to regulate what types of arms were available for public consumption, public use. In fact,
Well,
in fact,
part of
when,
that has remained.
right. But the thing is that it's the people that are trying to fight against the assault weapon ban. Like, one, we had an assault weapon ban before. It was ruled constitutional again because the thing is that the assault weapon ban didn't confiscate any weapons. What it did was it prohibited the manufacture and sale for civilian use of guns of certain classes. So that's how they did it, and because basically what that was then is that wasn't even regulating gun owners. It was regulating gun manufacturers
Right.
and who they sold to and their
Right.
distribution channels. That's it.
And during that time, there was a 30% decrease in
Right.
shootings, so it worked. And the Second Amendment doesn't say you can own any gun you want,
Right.
even by the new, was it 2004? I think the Heller decision.
Right.
Even by through the Heller decision, it doesn't say you can own any gun you want.
Right.
The Congress still has the ability to decide certain guns are off limits.
Right.
Because it isn't an absolute right. Because none of your rights are absolute.
No, they can't be. See, well, especially as I just love to point out to right wingers, particularly libertarians who don't like the idea of any laws. They think, oh, we just have natural rights and freedom and blah blah blah.
Right.
Our rights are in conflict with one another constantly. And so one of the main points of law is to draw as bright as possible lines where your rights and my rights, when they bump into each other, how we adjudicate.
Right. Your right to swing your fist stops at my nose.
Right. And that's what the law is all about. So it's funny because, again, I've said this before, like when libertarians, they don't like laws, but like, well, the principle of non-aggression requires, it is a regulation in and of itself. It requires.
I mean, it's really not different than the Popper paradox.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Is it Popper? Yeah, that's his name. Tolerating intolerance.
Oh, right. I got you.
Right, you cannot tolerate intolerance because it would destroy society.
Right. You basically end up with an intolerant society if you tolerated intolerance.
Right.
Right, and that's the whole thing. So, so if I say that, hey, yes, you can pollute. Companies who make things, look, you can pollute to a certain amount because you can't not pollute. It's impossible. So, but we're going to draw this line and say, yeah, you can pollute up to this line. Up to that point, you are, figuratively punching us all in the nose, but you're just giving us light taps. But then beyond that point, it becomes egregious, and now we have to push back and say, and so the thing is that some when they love to say, oh well, laws don't prevent people from doing bad things. That's often true. I mean, the threat of it, but it's funny too because there's the same people that are for the death penalty because they think it's a deterrent, which I think it's hilarious, But but so the laws do deter some people because they don't want to get in trouble for violating the law. But then the ones that it doesn't, it gives society some auspices, some framework by which to sanction people who have figuratively punched us all in the nose. So if I'm big, Globochem, and I poison you have a well, and I put toxic bullshit into your well, and now your well water is undrinkable. If we didn't have regulations, you would have no cover. You would have no way to seek redress against me for using force against you. Because if I poison your well, I've used force against you.
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So now because now that gives you the ability, because this idea that, oh well, boycotts, which again I think is hilarious, because whenever we do boycott, they say, oh well, boycotts don't work. I'm like, well, that just undermined your whole argument that we don't
The
need
reason
laws.
why they say that, though, is their boycotts don't work. And their boycotts don't work is because they do it wrong. Like, they wanted to boycott Nike, so what did they do? They all ran out and bought Nikes and then burned them. And it's just like, well, you just their Nike profits went up, you idiot. That's
Right.
not how a boycott works.
That's right. That wasn't a boycott. That was a protest.
My
And,
God.
and Nike was like, yeah, keep buying our shoes and burning them. We don't give a fuck. Well, just they did the same thing with the Dixie Chicks, right? They went out and bought Dixie Chicks CDs and burnt so they could burn them.
See, I don't understand that, Carl. Like, why is that a sad face? There's no guns in the house. So most houses actually don't have guns, as far as I'm aware. It's like, the percentage of people that own guns is people like, oh, there's like, 800 million guns in the country and there's only 360 million people. Everybody's got a gun. No, actually, no, it just isn't the case. It's just that people who own guns tend to own multiple guns.
Right.
There's a house around the corner from me. A couple years ago, there was a couple, and they put their kids on the bus, and I don't remember who shot who, but I think the father was in bed and the mother went and she got a gun out of their gun room. They literally had a gun room. They had a room with a false wall that would like moved out of the way, and it was like an arsenal. She got a gun, and while he was sleeping, she blew the shit out of him, and then she killed herself. While the kids were at school.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, they had a whole. I mean, after they had cleaned everything up and the kids were taken away, and a decision was made about the house, they sold everything that was in the house. It was like almost like an estate sale kind of a thing. And so I was inside the gun room. All the guns had been confiscated; they were all gone by now. But still, it was like, this is ridiculous that anybody would have this. Why do you have this? Hard to explain, but not going to disown my daughter for stealing my toys. I mean, but they're not toys. That's the thing. These are weapons that are made to kill something. But I don't use it for that purpose. Fine. But it was made to kill something. That's what it's for. That's
Right.
its purpose. When it was created, when it was designed, when it was formed and built and polished and sold, it was sold to kill. That's what it's for. It's
Right.
not a toy.
Well, that's the thing, and that's why, and I'm gonna separate two different. There's two different types of people who have lots of guns. There are the collector, and I get that. I collect things, and I like military stuff. If I had land, if I had like property, other than you see my house. Yeah, I've got a little bit of 50 by 50 backyard, whatever it is. If I actually had land, I'd have like an armored personnel carrier, or a tank or some shit, like a World War II tank or something like that. I would think it'd be so fucking cool. But so I get that. So if you got collector's guns, and you've got like a Colt from the 1800s, and you got an original M1911 A1 11 M1911, not the A1, and you have like an old grease gun and all these different things. I get that, because those are collector's pieces. That's history.
Right. I get that.
But then there's the people who have a fucking arsenal of modern weapons, and
Yeah.
they're-
What are they doing?
and they're creepy, because they really are, because every person I know who I've run into who had a lot, and I'm not talking one or two or three or even 5 or 10. I'm talking about the people who have like 20, 30, 40 guns, and again,
Yeah.
not collector's pieces, nothing
No.
historical about them, and they're just like, they just have to feel like, help. A friend of mine, My friend that died of pneumonia. Now, look, he was suffering from mental illness, and he started buying up guns, and he had a garage full of guns, and it was a mental illness that he had to like. Because look, if you know how many, if you just say you have your guns that defend your house, fair enough, you can defend your house. I think you should be able to do that.
The
How
congressman, just recently, a congressman in defense of AR-15s, he's like, where I'm from, we use them to shoot prairie dogs. Well, you know what an AR-15 will do to a prairie dog? It doesn't just kill them; they explode.
right?
Right, the exit wound, right, from around from an AR-15, the exit wound is larger than a grapefruit. And that would explode a prairie dog. They would mostly liquefy.
Right. Yeah, you don't need, a 22 short is good enough to kill a prairie dog.
Yeah.
So the thing is like, so okay, I could see someone saying, "Hey, look, I want a sidearm and I want a rifle." Okay, that makes sense. Maybe even a backup. But beyond that, all you need is more magazines, right? More bullets, right? You don't need
Right.
what is more gun. You can only fire a couple of them at a time at
Right.
best.
The only thing I can figure is the people who buy all those guns like that, they're actually not just waiting for, they're hoping
Hoping
for a civil war. They are hoping for the opportunity to turn people into piles of flesh.
Yeah.
That's what they're hoping for.
I don't know what you're talking about, Carl. About you wouldn't shoot a gun like that. I didn't talk about the actual act of shooting a gun,
Yeah, I know.
so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
uh, or maybe saying like the kind of gun that collectors would have, you wouldn't shoot that type of gun, a gun
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
right, exactly. But that's true. That's true, and that's why I'm not. That's why those don't. That's why the collectors doesn't bother me, because this is like, hey, I got all this stuff, and you wouldn't shoot them because they're historic pieces, and you don't want to mess them up.
Right.
They're museum pieces. I don't care if someone's got museum type guns. Have 1,000, because again, that's a collector's item. That's cool. I get that. But people who have like, that have like, if someone has more than like three, just say 3 to 5 modern guns per person in their house, that's a bit strange.
Okay, so Michael, you and I have both been in the service. We served. And you and I both know you don't need that.
Well, that's fine. Hey, even then, okay. So two sidearms, 2 submachine guns, and 2 rifles. There you
two,
go.
two of each type.
Oh, and two
because
and 2 shotguns. So okay,
because sometimes they jam and need to be
yeah.
repaired.
So that's and 2 shotguns. So that's 8. So that's 8 guns per person per household. How about that?
M16s are shitty, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I actually liked the M16A2. I did like the A2. The A1 was cool because it's just automatic. But
was
the A2 was good because it was a 3-round burst.
Right.
And it was easier to stay on target. Yeah, they jammed frequently. And that's why you had the thing, the sports, the slap and pull and how to go and you observe and I don't remember the whole thing. My God, it was like they drilled us on that. Over and over again. I can't remember the whole thing. Michael, if you can remember what the whole thing as far as clearing a weapon after it's jammed, the sports. If you guys did that, if you remember that, you can go ahead and put it in the chat. But
Yep.
I mean,
yeah, Paige, that's what we were talking about. That beyond just say half a dozen to 6 to 10 weapons of per person per household. Beyond that is probably a bit unbalanced.
even that's unbalanced. That's insane. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it's just like and Yeah, you're welcome, Carl. Thanks for your service. I don't know about Michael. I don't know how he feels about this kind of a thing. People thank me, and I never know what to say because honestly, don't take this the wrong way. I didn't serve for you. Um, I did not do it to defend the country. I didn't do it, for you. I didn't do it for any reason other than they offered benefits that I wanted. It was selfish. Um, and I did my time and I didn't re-up. Um, they let me go home and I said bye-bye. Um, so
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I was way more likely to say something like that back when I was talking to vets from like World War II and Korea, Vietnam. But if you look at the conflicts we've been in the last 20, 25 years, largely unnecessary.
yeah, maybe, but that's not the fault of the soldier. That's not the
No,
fault of the soldier. But I
no,
tell you this though, there are still soldiers, there are still young men who join the young women who join the service in order to serve their country, and they're doing it for the to be in the defense of the country. And to those people, I think saying thank you for your service is worthwhile, and I think they would appreciate it. Yes, I did serve. Yes, obviously I served the country because I was in the service, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it for
yeah,
you.
see, yeah, but see, my point is that people are like, oh, well, they're protecting the country. No, they're not. I mean, they think they are, which is, they're, but they're not actually. I mean, we're not actually in
Yeah, but
peril.
you need a standing army in case there is one. I mean, you can't just like suddenly just call out a couple of million people to take up arms at a moment's notice.
We did in World War II. Exactly what we did.
But there was already also a standing military, though, and we didn't
Very,
just call
very
people up; we drafted people.
right, but it
That's
was also
different.
very
We're a
small.
force.
Basically, we did not have a large standing military until after Korea.
And And how long did it take? And Pearl Harbor had to be attacked in order to do it.
Right.
So it's just like, yeah, you
Well, I
know,
mean, basically what they did was is that before Pearl Harbor happened, there was a recruitment drive, and they did bulk the numbers up. But even then, we weren't what we would become. But basically, this is the thing I think is kind of ironic, is the right wingers they're so they I got to have my gun in case the government gets uppity, blah blah blah. But part of that equation was that we never used to have a large standing military, maybe a navy, but we never used to have a large standing army. And so then you wouldn't have to worry about the government getting uppity because the government didn't have a big, military that could, do anything to you that you had to
yeah.
worry about.
So I'm just noticing Vegas said this, tap, rack, bang, and I guess that's something that they did. We were taught it was called sports. I think it was called sports. And I don't remember the whole thing, but it was observe, and I guess tap was one of them, and then the last S was shoot. But I mean, it was this stupid thing that we had to do over and over and over again, and it was basically when the weapon jammed to go through the whole thing, and you know, but whatever. Um, wasn't something we ever really used other than we were told to do it.
I've never seen Vegas shoot, so I can't comment on their aim. But,
Okay, so yeah, never mind.
I mean, I'm sure, however bad Vegas's aim might be, it's better than mine. So I'm not going to criticize. Although I will say, it was totally like 1 in a million shot because I was at a friend's house and he had lots of guns, and we were shooting, and he had this pole. It was like, I think, for a wash line, for drying your clothes. And I was like, watch this, and I leveled this handgun and fired, and from good distance, and I hit it square on, and bing, and I was like, wow, I won't be able to do that again.
So one good thing that came out of my time in the service, in the carnival they have those games where you got to shoot out the red star.
Mm.
I can shoot out the red star.
I mean, most of my closest friends have been in I think what started to change my attitude was Gulf War One. My friend Tony had just gotten out of the military, and he came back. He moved in temporarily with his parents in the Poconos, and then he joined the Pennsylvania National Guard. Shortly after, they started doing callbacks because this is during Desert Shield. So when they were during the build, so this is the build up for Desert Storm, and he got recalled. But because he was in National Guard, your IRR contract doesn't is suspended. So he was supposed to go to San Francisco to report, and they already assigned him to the 82nd Airborne, and because he was a medic and he was jump trained. And I remember having that feeling like, oh my God, my friend's going to go, and because I knew war was going to happen. And I'm like, my friend's going to go into war, and I started thinking like he could die or had be severely maimed or anything like that. And I started thinking like, is what's about to happen worth his life? I was, first time I was ever really confronted with it. And because I
This
said
was
it was
1992.
91.
91.
No,
Okay.
actually 90. It was the fall of 1990 because the war jumped off in January of 91. Um, but I was confronted with this. I never had to deal with this before. I might lose my closest friend because of this war. And is this war worthy of his life?
Right.
And ever since then, my view on the whole thing has been somewhat different because it hit home. And
Right.
and I think a lot of people don't think about it because if it's not their friends or relatives or wherever that are in the line of fire, it's very easy to say, go do this or go do that.
Right. My entire the process, the onboarding and all that for me started during the Gulf War.
Mm.
Yeah, National Guard in foreign was unthinkable until then. It's true. Because my unit was in Kuwait. And I was in the National Guard, and my unit was in Kuwait. And while they were in Kuwait, I was going through the process of joining. I enlisted. All my paperwork says I started in '92 because that's when I actually that's when I left Fort Duty Station, which was Fort Dix for pre-basic. Then I went from Fort Dix to Fort Jackson for basic training, and then from Fort Jackson I went to Aberdeen, Maryland for AIT. But yeah, I mean the entire onboarding process started in '91. It was during the war. So yeah, and like I said, my unit was in Kuwait.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to look here. Yeah, so Desert Storm started 17 January 1991 and ended 28 February 1991.
Yeah.
The other thing I always remember read too is I met this girl, Melissa. She was a friend of a woman that I knew, and her birthday was the 17th.
Mm-hmm.
And so I ran into her, and she was like, "Oh, come see me, for my birthday." She's like, "We'll be at war." So I remember that.
So I mean, I actually, I got to play with some Iraqi sand, which was pretty cool. Yeah, it was in the Humvees that came back in our unit. They were full of sand.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
But I mean, by then it was like 93. you know, but I mean, yeah, I did pre-basic in Fort Dix, which was a week. And then I went to Fort Jackson for my basic training, and it was hot as fuck. It was like 108 like every fucking day. And then Aberdeen, Maryland for AIT, and then back to my my National Guard home base, which was when I went in was in Hackensack. So that's gone now. So they moved to Teaneck, but it was a 42nd Infantry 50th Support Battalion.
Nice. Yeah, I miss we used New Jersey National Guard. At least part of it was part of 50th Armored.
Yeah. Well, it was the 50th Support. So and
Well, what
when
happened
I
is,
first
well, the thing is,
enlisted,
before it was support, it used to be 50th Armored, but then when they reorganized the National Guard and everything, they changed.
when I enlisted, that's what it was. It was the 50th Support Battalion. And then I guess I was in about a year or so. And it became they merged or whatever. It was the 42nd Infantry because they reorganized the
Yeah.
New Jersey Guard again. And
Yep.
it was the 42nd Infantry 50th Support. So I had both the tank for the 50th, and I had the rainbow for the 42nd Infantry, both on my uniform, which was
Oh,
cool.
interesting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. Because one time back in the 80s, um, the 50th Armored Division was two brigades from New Jersey National Guard and one brigade from Arkansas National Guard.
Yes, actually, that's right. I heard about that.
Yep.
Yes, Arkansas.
Yep.
We did we did our field training in uh oh my god.
NTC.
No, in New York State. Where the 10th mountain is.
Fort Drum.
Fort Drum. Fort Drum. Oh my god. I had the drum part. Why I don't know why I couldn't think of fort.
That's
No,
funny.
drum. Fort Drum. Watertown. It's Watertown, New York.
Mm.
Up in the Thousand Lakes region, which is where everybody went. It was like, yeah, okay, field training, right? Everybody showed up. They pitched their tents and they put their cots out, and then everybody disappeared for a week. Fucking bullshit. They're all up in the Lakes region.
That's funny. Yeah, it was kind of cool. In fact, I remember a couple guys that I knew in college that were in ROTC, because one guy had kind of worked it out that when he got out, he was actually going to go full time. He was going to go active guard as opposed to the weekend, just doing it on the weekends, because they always keep a certain amount of people active duty, within the guard.
Right.
And so he had told me that, and then he verified this, is that at the time, the 50th Armor was actually the largest formation in the entire U.S. military, because in addition to the usual battalions and brigades that you'd have as part of an armored division, they had three extra anti-armor battalions with the M901 Hammerheads. So instead of a nine battalion, nine combat battalions plus the support battalions, they also had three additional combat battalions for 12. It was the largest force in the U.S. military at the time.
Wow.
And then when they reorganized the division and turned it from being an armor, actually my friend that I mentioned before, some of those Hammerheads actually went to the Pennsylvania Guard, because he said we got him still with the 50 logo still on him.
We had yeah, National Guard. They get screwed all the time though.
Mm.
All the time. And also I'm technically not a veteran. Although I enlisted in wartime and that my unit had gone to Kuwait. And I mean, it's just a difference of, I mean, I actually have, I have a Desert Storm ribbon because I enlisted during wartime. Because like there's that start date and the end date of the wars that's very like academic kind of a thing, but technically you're still considered at war for a certain amount of time after.
Right.
So everybody who enlists after a certain amount of time is still considered to have been to enlist during wartime.
Right,
And
right.
I was one of those people. I fell into that group, so I have a Desert Storm badge, ribbon. So I've got the Army in Service ribbon. I've got National Defense ribbon. And so it's like, okay, I got all that stuff, but it means nothing because I'm National Guard.
Right.
That
Well, it's
doesn't
like
mean anything.
my friend, his when we went after Noriega in Panama. So his unit, so he was part of 5th Infantry, down in the bayou in Louisiana, and he was part of the division support brigade because he was medic. So
Right.
he said, so he deployed to Panama. He never left the base because he was just, they were bringing, was not a lot of wounded, but they brought back to the thing here. He goes basically we passed out water and we took care of a few casualties, but he says I didn't do anything. But he's got a combat patch because it was a combat zone. He was in the combat zone during the conflict, so he has a combat patch, even though he never actually
So
was in there.
I was in Fort Drum I was in Fort Drum. We were doing our field training. It was in the middle of the night, and the ground started shaking. And we'd hear helicopters, and we could hear a train, and there was tanks. And I mean, at first, everything was so far away we couldn't tell what it was. It was just that the ground was shaking, and everybody in the middle of the night, everybody wakes up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on, right? So everybody starts gravitating towards like base, towards the main, where the PX and everything is, right? And everything is shut down. Everything is shut down. And there's like trains rolling in, and there's all kinds of stuff. They're loading up all of these armored vehicles and tanks and everything else onto trains. It
Hmm.
was the Haitian invasion,
Ah,
and it was the wildest thing because it was the 10th mountain that went down to Haiti.
right.
So watching, I mean, it's Haiti. It's Haiti. The fuck were we doing? It was Haiti, but whatever. Watching a military base gear up for I don't want to say war because it was Haiti, but I mean to gear up for a conflict. That was wild. I mean, it was just never seen anything like that in person. Before or since. It was pretty cool.
Mm.
Um, it was some serious shit, and it was Haiti.
Well, plus with that, I mean, it was operations, but yeah, it was mostly. I mean, yeah, it was. Yeah, it wasn't like an invasion per se. It was like
Haiti. It's Haiti. We could have sent a couple of guys on a boat.
Well, it's kind of like
You there? Stop that.
it's kind of like Grenada, right? I mean, if you think about how the gigantic operation involved with the
Yeah.
invasion of Grenada, um, and there were like a couple hundred Cubans there. It was like, I'm gonna check here, see exactly what it was. But it wasn't a lot. Let me see, invasion. Well, that was the other thing that was kind of funny about the invasion of Panama. Yeah, invasion. We landed at the airfield that we had control over already, and built up a whole force over a period of several weeks. I mean, really? I mean, it's not really invasion if you like just coming
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
airport.
Haiti. It was the whole thing was like, what the fuck, But still, watching it all kind of gear up out of Fort Drum, that was cool. That was cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine if it was an actual military conflict, um, what that would have looked like because what I saw was pretty wild.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the invasion of Grenada. So the Grenadian military was 1,200 troops with 8 armored personnel carriers. There were 784 Cubans,
Wow.
um, which included construction, military construction guys. So it was like we're literally like 200 Cuban combat troops, 49 Soviet troops, 16 East German, 14 Bulgarian, and 3 or 4 Libyan. And we attacked with 7,300 troops, 4 tanks, 1 helicopter assault ship, an aircraft carrier, 3 destroyers, 2 frigates, and an ammunition ship. And it's like, really,
Yeah.
for that? I mean, it was basically it was like, hey, we got all these cool toys. We haven't done an invasion in a long time. Let's practice. Let's get some practice in. Well, the thing that's kind of cool though, I'm sure you've seen the movies Heartbreak Ridge, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what was kind of cool is all the crazy stuff that happened with the platoon when they're in Grenada. All of that actually happened to different units. So the whole thing of using a credit card to call Camp Lejeune to call in an airstrike, that actually happened. Using the bulldozer to attack a machine gun position, nest, that actually happened. Um, so it was kind of fun. And there was a few other things in the movie that happened that really happened uh, you know, in Grenada, which I thought was kind of funny that they just grabbed all these different. I actually talked to a guy, somebody I know, that he was in Grenada as a forward observer, and um, they had these Cubans were dug in, and they called in a fire mission. They hit nearby, but they didn't hit directly. Um, and so they're calling over to the Cubans saying, "Hey, look, we don't want to kill you, but just surrender." And they waited and waited, and the Cubans are still shooting back. And they're like, "All right, he called in, correction on the fire. This is from the ships out in the water. Um, to the destroyers, and so he calls in the correction. He hears rounds inbound, and then just then the Cubans put up wait flag, and they're waving their white flag, and then he's like, "Sorry, guys, too late. It's too late now. You run, but I can't call 5-inch rounds back. There's no recall code on 5-inch
No
rounds.
recall.
So they ended up getting killed, but it's like, and it was really like a few seconds. If they had surrendered like 15 seconds earlier, he could have called off the fire mission, but it was too late.
September 1994, the 1st Brigade of the 10th Mountain Division deployed to Haiti aboard the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember it was interesting too, because it was the first time we used an aircraft carrier kind of stripped of the air wing, for that other purpose, and they had a lot of helicopters so they could deploy, so basically they turned it into a really advanced helicopter assault ship.
It was watching the 10th Mountain 1st Brigade gear up and go was one of the highlights of my time in the military.
That's cool.
It was cool. It was cool. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that. That was pretty wild, but
I can see that.
Yeah, Black Hawk Down. There was a movie too. Yeah. So I don't know. Okay, so I mean, so we just spent all that time talking about all that. And what? My channel still doesn't have an identity. My channel, I most of my life I've had an identity crisis, and I am now past that. Now like you were saying before, Joe, right? Now my YouTube channel is having an identity crisis.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was CJ. I don't know if he's still here or not. He apparently had us on in the background while he was working, so he wasn't really staying like on top of up to date with the chat, but he was chiming in every now and then. Has offered to stream our show through his website. Where'd it go? He has it's called That Other Web Show. It's its own web show. It's not YouTube. It's webshow.com. So I'm going to look into that, and I will talk to him. Apparently, he's saying that he can help as far as content and audience. Cool. I have no idea if his audience would care about a trans woman who sounds like a man. I don't know. I could always just say that I'm a heavy smoker because I used to be.
Go for the.
I could do this. I could say I've been.
Yeah, go for the Doris voice.
3 packs a day. I'm doing fine. 3 packs a day for 30 years. I'm doing fine.
That's funny.
Harold says I need air.
Well, and that's the thing with people who have a voice like that from smoking, male or female, man or woman, it kind of like it all like pretty much sounds the same at that point, Like you think about the Doris character in Harvey Fierstein, pretty much sound the same.
Yes. And I love him. I was in a diner once, and there was this woman sitting like 2 booths away, old woman, and you could smell, and I smoked, and then you could smell the cigarette smoke just coming through her pores, right?
Oh god.
And she was talking, and she was just like, People got to learn to mind their own goddamn business. I'm fine.
Oh God.
It's just like, holy shit, you need to quit smoking. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thankfully, it's not a habit I ever got into. Um, yeah, I mean, really, my only vice is like edible.
yep, yep. It's a common thing. I like eating. Actually, I am going to. Okay, so I know, Joe. I always feel weird when I talk about weight with you because I complain about my weight, and compared to you, I don't have a problem. You
Yeah,
know.
but don't feel bad about that. I mean, and this is the thing. I get mad at people who get mad at other people for like, oh, you shouldn't complain because there's other people. Like, fuck that.
Well,
That's
I mean, it's like,
places.
it's like I'm complaining about stubbing my toe to somebody who's had their feet amputated. Do you know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
like
yeah, but thing is, but that doesn't make your toe hurt less. The fact that somebody else has more
this
pain
is
than
true.
you.
This is true. This is true, and I agree with that.
That's why
Um,
I also never understood when people like somehow they feel better. They see someone who has it worse off, and somehow they feel like, well, that improves their station. No,
yeah, no, it doesn't.
that means like somebody else. That just means that now I feel even worse because there's somebody else out there suffering even more than I am. Oh my God. But
It's true.
yeah.
It is
So yeah.
very true. It is very true. So, I mean, but like in the grand scheme of things, the struggles and the fights that I'm having with weight, it's number one, very common for most women. Number one, and number two, in the grand scheme of things, they're minor, and because of that, I oddly don't feel as bad complaining about them because it's just like, in a way, it's like saying that's how good my life is.
Mm.
Um, like this is my issue, right? Um, so whatever. But I mean, I had been doing all right. I was dropping a pound and a half a day
Mm.
for almost 2 weeks, and that has now stopped. And then it circled back the other way again, and I'm like, "Fuck! Now what?" Um, Peach just kind of like rolled her eyes at me, and I don't blame her. I probably would too, but yeah.
Well, that's just like I've also seen people. I've seen a lot of this where somebody you say, okay, I don't like that I've stopped losing weight and I have this and the other, and then people will be like, well, I had this, and I'm like, nobody asked, like
Nobody.
yeah, nobody asked, like it's one thing if we're both talking about our struggles as hey, you have your struggles, like I mine, we're both talking about it, that's fair.
Right.
But when people say it almost like, well, they're trying to one up you, like, well, your finger cut off, why my hand got cut off? Ugh. You're like, oh, you win.
Yeah, the oppression Olympics.
Yeah, exactly. It just
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, you win, buddy, you win. But it's like I don't understand people like that. There's some people though that they have to no matter what happens, if it was a good thing or a bad thing. So if you won a $10,000 prize, they won $100,000 prize. If
Yeah.
again you had your foot amputated, they were cut off at the knee, and there and half the time it's bullshit because you're like, dude, but I can see your ankles. you know um but they so I that stuff always pisses me off because like, hey, like, yeah, everyone's at where they're at, and just deal with that. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I have been struggling. I've been, and I I'm mostly concerned, and that's why I don't remember who I was talking to about this. I don't. It might have been you, but it was somebody who um how this was. Someone shared this video, and there's somebody who's basically saying that losing weight for yourself for your own personal reasons was fat phobic.
What?
And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? And their point
It's
is,
the
oh well,
best reason.
yeah, well, exactly. And the whole point, their point was like, well, that you're fine the way you are, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, but and that somehow basically they were trying to boil it down to that you're losing weight to support the anti-fat forces in the world. I'm like, no, I have diabetes, I have high blood pressure, my fucking knees hurt, my back hurts. I'm losing weight hopefully to get more healthy, and so I
Okay.
don't die,
So
so I don't keel over at 56.
earlier in the show, I was talking about like picking hills to die on, right? And how there are people that create these communities that are upset by things, and they need to, let everybody know. And I get it, but all of like the whole fat positivity thing, um, we are all beautiful. We are all valued. We are all valid, right? We are all of these things. It is not healthy to be fat. No matter how well loved you are, how beautiful of a person you are, and how valued and valid and everything else you are, none of that matters if you're dead. And being fat isn't healthy. Period. And it's just like
Right now, there are matters of
has
degree. There are,
battled with some of these people on Facebook. I mean, there's like back and forth, and she's just like, "What the fuck is wrong with you people?"
yeah.
Like, yeah, yeah, yes, yes. Well, here is this model, this overweight, heavy set, plus size model. She's beautiful. She's still not healthy, and it doesn't matter how much you say, "Oh, she's no, no, she's not."
Well,
Because if
well,
she was, she wouldn't be that large.
well. I would say this: there are some people who do not have, or at least yet have not yet developed any health deficits. Like they don't have, they don't have diabetes, they don't have high blood pressure, and they live fine with a fat body. That does exist. But the thing is that, and basically, to me, all I want out of the fat positivity movement is to say, hey, don't disrespect me as a person because I'm fat. You don't know, it doesn't tell you anything about me other than the fact that, I'm a certain size. It doesn't tell you what kind of character I have. It doesn't tell you what kind of personality I have. It doesn't tell you whether I've had some people tell me that I was selfish. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not, if I was going around stealing food off of people's plates, then you can call me selfish. But until then, that's silly.
Paige, it isn't that simple. Nobody is talking about. There is a movement. There's a movement, a body positivity movement, which in and of itself is fine, but it endorses ideas that are dangerous. And we're not talking about just let people live with their own bodies the way they want to. We're talking about people saying there's nothing wrong with being 500 pounds. No, there is. There very much is. That person is still a valuable person. They're still valid. Joe is an amazing person. I love Joe. He's one of my best friends in the world. He is not healthy. And it's kind of like this circular thing where the weight has made him unhealthy and is unhealthy, which creates more weight. And it's just like this cycle. And there are people out there who perpetuate the idea that that's okay because you're beautiful. It's not okay. It isn't okay. And it's dangerous. So it's like the whole let people do what they want. Yeah, okay. Unless they're spreading bullshit.
Well, look, I wouldn't even just argue about the point about it being okay. If some people just say, hey, look, I know that my life will be shorter than it would be if I didn't, but that's okay because I enjoy the things I do. That's a valid. If someone wants to take that position, I'm okay with that too. The problem I have though is when someone says, I don't feel happy with how I am and I want to change it, and people say, "Oh, you don't need to. It's not for you to
Yeah.
decide. That's for me to decide."
Yeah.
And yeah, you should neither denigrate me for doing it, nor should you encourage me to stay this way if I decide I don't want to. And again, I have very valid medical reasons for wanting to not be like this. I have high blood pressure. I have diabetes. I'm black, and so that my life expectancy is already suspect, in America. So I want to, and my cholesterol was
But
fine
black
for decades. But
black people in America having like a lower life expectancy is tied to food though already, isn't it? Isn't that tied
not,
to
not 100%, no. Even
see, I was always
even
under the
even
impression that it was tied to diet.
even fit black people are prone to early death, usually for societal reasons when you're dealing with the constant struggle of every day, and like, is that police officer going to beat the fuck out of me or kill me, or am I going to get the job, and then especially since we tend to be, on average, tend to be poorer, So that creates
Right.
a lot of extra stress too. So there's a lot of societal reasons beyond, and then that just makes it worse, right? Because then you take all the societal things and then you throw on what tends to be unhealthy diets, and then that makes it worse.
Yeah, that was always under the impression that just Black Americans in general tend to eat more fried foods. Um, that there, it's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, having growing up in a white community, in a white household, surrounded by white people, I would know from firsthand experience from that. But from living in Patterson, when I was there with my ex-boyfriend, in a predominantly black neighborhood, oh my God, the fried food.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of soul food, is fried.
Yeah.
Um, that was something actually on Black Culture Geeks we talked about a couple months ago about that James SPJ. He's like, okay, I get. He says, okay, I get your auntie will eat that stuff because that's what she grew up on. He's like, you didn't. You don't have an excuse. Get the fuck away from that. And I agree with that too. I mean, I do find it condescending when people say, "Oh, they try to tell me it's unhealthy." I'm like, yeah, I know that. I fucking
But this, you're right, and I agree with that. But that's not the point, though. Like what she's saying here, like while I agree with it, it's not the point. Like people aren't saying, well, I mean, okay, assholes are, right? Like, hey Joe, I mean, you're not doing well. You know that, right? I mean, come on. No, that isn't what we're saying. What I'm saying is people shouldn't be saying the opposite,
right,
and that is what they're doing.
right. There's a difference between saying we're going to respect people who are fat versus promoting it like it was a great thing to
Promoting
be.
it, right,
Yeah,
right.
and
And that's not the entire body positive movement, not everyone in the hashtag not all body positive people, but there are elements of that whole movement that are very much, promoting the idea that, being obese not only is just okay, that they're perfectly healthy and it's good and no worry, but no,
well, and
for
as I
health reasons, it doesn't even I have health concerns because of my weight.
right, and
And I'm only about 30 pounds overweight. And it is something that my doctors monitor. So, I mean, people who are like 150, 200 pounds overweight, I'm sorry, it's just saying, oh, no, that's just wrong. It's not something that should be promoted. If
well,
somebody says, I'm okay like this and I'm happy, okay, that's you.
right, and that's the thing. I mean, I remember I posted quite some time ago. I think you saw the post. This is probably 5 6 years ago now. I said that again. I was basically saying that it's one thing to respect people. It's another thing to promote this as if it was good, because I said, remember, not all people not use blades to self harm. Some people are suffering, and like when I tend to overeat when I'm depressed, and I know it's a self harm thing. But I don't cut myself. I'll eat an extra sandwich, or
Which is why, like you were talking about before, about like, people being condescending assholes about it. That's like just one more reason why that is bad.
right.
Because you're really could very quite possibly be stabbing at somebody who is already self-harming with food.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, denigrating somebody and ostracizing them and making them an outcast is not going to get result in better behavior. If anything, it's going to be more of the negative behavior, because again, they already probably hate themselves. So you applying hate to them just makes it worse.
So while I agree with like what Paige said before, right? If they're okay, if they're whatever, let people live. It's their bodies. I agree, 100%. That's correct. That's correct. That's the way it should be. Unfortunately, it's not. And I just think it's bad when people promote that as like some kind of like a healthy alternative to
Right. Well, that's the
to,
thing.
to the opposite, I guess.
Yeah, like Paige mentioned smoking. Like, yeah, I don't tell smokers that smoking is bad for them. I'm pretty sure most
Oh,
of
a lot
them,
of people do.
yeah. Oh, I know. And I think I might have been one of them way back, but I don't do that anymore, because I'm like, you know what? It's condescending. They know it,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they're just. But on the flip side, again, I'm not gonna promote smoking.
I can guarantee, having, I smoked for about 35 years.
Yeah.
I can absolutely guarantee you that I never ever seriously, I might have done it jokingly, but I've never seriously said to somebody, really? Cancer?
Oh my God, how did I? Yeah, it's so
No,
funny.
never.
Or like was it Louis Anderson? I remember when his first appearance on HBO. You know, he's like when you get these people in the audience, they're like, "You think he knows he's that big?" Like I just woke up one morning, oh no.
I remember that skit. Yeah.
you know, and that's the thing. I mean, I remember, and I never understood people who would laugh at somebody who's fat because like I remember what I took. It hasn't happened in quite a long time, but when it used to happen more regularly, instead of getting upset at people kind of yelling at them, what I started doing, I would laugh with them, and then I would say stuff to shame them, and I'd be like, "Oh, it's so fucking funny, dude! I have diabetes and high blood pressure. I'm gonna die prematurely. That's hilarious." And of
Yes.
course, when you throw the reality at them of what they're doing, you're making fun of the fact that I'm probably going to die prematurely. Anyone who's decent will be shamed by that, by the reality of what they've done.
Okay, so pronoun check. Everybody in the chat, please put your pronouns. I don't want to. I don't want to misgender anybody. Um, Joe, are you up to date on Strange New Worlds?
No. The last one I saw is the Gorn.
The second, no, it's the third
That's
one.
that's the third or fourth one. Yeah, it's at least the third one.
All right. Oh, it might be the fourth one. Okay. All right. All right. And then the most recent one was like, oh wow, okay.
Yeah, they're up to 6 now, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't say what it is. So
Yeah, I dodged that diabetes bullet for a long time. In fact, it was kind of amazing because my wife was taking medicine for diabetes, and here I was looking like I do, and I would eat a meal, and then I would use her meter and check my blood sugar like 20 minutes later, half an hour later, an hour later, 107. It was like beautifully controlled. Um, See, like that's why I'm trying to go back toward keto because keto with basically if I keep my carbs low between the medication I take and keeping my carbs low, my body can handle about 60 carbs a day and my blood sugar will stay like below 120. That's why when vegans are like, "Oh, you should do a vegan diet," fuck you and your vegan diet. Because all the protein substitutes are all like carbohydrate based, are all beans and all sorts of things that I can't have in large measure. Um, and plus, like I have one friend she's a trans woman also. She's an obligate carnivore because she's lacking an enzyme needed to break down cellulose. So she literally, if she eats more than a tiny fraction of vegetable matter, she has severe abdominal problems. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with the stuff that isn't killing me, because you know what, I don't care how vegan I go, I'm not going to eat my way through to having carbohydrates not spiking my sugar through the fucking roof.
well, that is wild, Vegas.
That's cool, except that that wouldn't work for me because I'm never going near a fucking mountaintop in my life. Like that's why I laugh when I see these survival shows and the people are out there naked afraid and all the other ones. I'm like, if I'm out in the middle, or especially these survival people, they say, "Well, you don't know how to hunt or fish, and you wouldn't survive out there." I'm not going out there. That's the whole thing. I'm not going out there. If I'm in a field or on a mountaintop alone, something seriously fucked up has happened. you know, I am a landlubber, and hey, I'm an engineer, right? That's why all these engineers before me invented all this great technology that made my life easy, so I didn't have to go, live off the land or live in the fucking mountains or do any of that shit.
No, I got a feeling that you've been pretty far out there for a while, Vegas.
I love the fact that nature is so beautiful and all these stuff out there, and I'm happy to look at it on TV. I don't even like leaving the house that much. I mean, seriously, unless I'm visiting somebody, I don't give a fuck. So yeah,
I've unfortunately have gotten that way. I kind of like being home. I think it has something to do with transition. Um,
well, and also you get young children too. I
yeah,
mean,
but I mean, the world has become scary to me. So
yeah, I mean, I'm going to Texas again next month, and well, see, I'm not so much worried about like that trip because like basically I fly into Dallas, I get a car, I drive to Amarillo. The drive to Amarillo, I'm not keen on, but then when I drive, I'm going to be going to Austin for a couple days, and my concern is not so much Austin, is that the shorter route because I don't need to go back to Dallas right away. So the shorter route is for me to go directly from Amarillo to Austin. It saves like an hour off the trip rather than driving through Dallas.
Right.
But you're further out in more rurally Texasy places,
Right.
and I have a lot of concerns about that, as you might
Right.
imagine.
Right.
I'm not worried so much about major roads like any road like Amarillo to Dallas. It's still major. It's still decent. There's a few parts where you go through some towns that are a little sketchy, but for the most part, you're on decent sized roads and there's not a lot of cops. But this other route, I'm like, oh god, am I just asking for trouble?
Hmm.
Well, Vegas, I'm going to it's a very a very tiny game. I'll call it a game gathering. It's not exactly a convention, but it's a game gathering. If all goes well, by the time I get there, the company who makes the game I'm going there to play, I will be part owner of it at that point. So I'll actually have to go into the offices and do some IT related stuff, some infrastructure things. But yeah, I'm with you, Paige. If so, yeah, they're like, "What do you do?" So, well, first off, if society collapses, I'm dependent on this and metformin and my Captopril and my Januvia. So basically, once I run out of meds, I don't have much longer to live anyway.
Same.
So you know, so basically, what do I need to have survival skills for? Because once the meds run out, I'm fucked anyway. So you know, I mean, I did what I did do is over time I would skip a pill here and there to build up a stockpile. So I probably got enough to last me like an extra. Well, not the Januvia, but the other pills I have got enough to last me probably about 2 3 months worth if I had to. But after that, my blood sugar will go out of line. I'll start to have all sorts of problems from high sugar. My blood pressure will go uncontrolled, and I'm not going to survive. So since I'm plugged into society, and I don't want to be away from it. And if it collapses, I'm done. In fact, if just say tomorrow, Russia decides, fuck it, we're gonna start launching nukes, and it's all over, blah blah blah, like Paige was worried about. Um, well, I live not too far from some first strike targets. I'm going to drive as close to them as possible and hope that I get vaporized so that I don't suffer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's already been established that my town is actually the town I live in is a target. So it's a major communications hub. We have satellite dish arrays all over the place in this town. If you're communicating on it or with it, it comes through my town.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, like obviously New York City is real close. Although getting into New York City might be difficult if in an event like that. I'd probably better off driving to Earl Naval Weapons Station. It'll take me longer. Well, maybe not. It's a much further distance, but no one's gonna be going that way. No one's gonna be going down Route 34. No one's going down Route 34 that day. So, it'd probably take me about 45 minutes, but I could get to. It goes basically Earl Naval Weapons Station it does have nuclear weapons on it. So you know, it's a target. Or I can go to Linden and go to all the oil storage tanks. I know that's a first strike target as well.
Congratulations, Vegas. By the way, what are your pronouns? I was going to say everybody else had already said, but they not everybody did. Only a few people did.
That's very cool, Vegas. That's extremely cool.
That is
So,
good.
so you reversed. That was pretty quick too.
Does that mean though now you're at stage 2 kidney disease? Actually, I think that's a good question.
Well, maybe, probably, but it's still stage two is like very mild, and you can live basically a normal. Just you may have to take meds, but you can live a normal life, and you're gonna be fine. Suzanne's in stage three right now,
Mm.
and but stage three you could live up to 2 dozen years. So, and stage two is like not really that problem. If you get to stage four though, your time is limited.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, even
Stage
stage
4.
three, your time can be limited, but stage four is like, don't make any long term plans, kind of. But yeah,
So
that's really good, Vegas. That's really great.
so for dinner we had jalapeno bacon and cheddar burgers. They're so good. So good.
Yeah, so I didn't. I mean, for one, I have to go bop out to the thing to put my pronouns and all that. Plus,
Oh, yeah,
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you're talking to me, and so you're not going to be using my pronouns because you're talking to me. So your
right.
pronouns are only coming
I'm
to play when you're talking about somebody.
I'm not gonna sit here and look at you and say, "Hey, how are he doing?
Right, right, exactly, exactly.
How are
Uh,
you? How are you, him?"
right, and as I pointed out to anytime I run into a cishet person who complains about the pronouns, I'm like, okay, yeah, you don't understand because it doesn't matter for you. There's nothing, no one's going to be kicking your ass because you're a cishet person. No one's going to be giving you a hard time, and no one's going to deny who you are for be if you're cisgender and heterosexual. So there's no. It's kind of like people that don't under white people that don't understand why black people get really upset with the N word. It's like, yeah, okay, right. First off, all those terms, the anti-white terms. Yeah, yeah, you're not bothered by them because you're usually not backed up by violence. It's easy to be when you don't have the same stakes. It's easy to be, what about it?
Pronouns are he, she, they, fuckface, whatever.
Okay, I will use fuckface.
I like fuckface and whatever. Actually, yeah, yeah.
I usually refer to Vegas as they, but actually I usually refer to most people as they anymore because again, I don't think anybody who identifies he or she or gets upset about they. Most people don't. It's
Yeah,
less
I mean, they is pretty universal, which is why it works.
right, and even if some people I know there's some alternate genderless pronouns people have used. I can't be bothered. Um,
Well,
I
I've
really
already talked about again, that's one of those things, the hills that I'm not really prepared to die on.
right.
I think a lot of the gender, I think a lot of them are silly. And there's not really a need for them outside of making yourself kind of feel special
Like G and
because
he.
they covers the exact same ground.
Right, right. Well, and even okay, that's why it's like okay. I think I mentioned like if someone identifies as non-binary, I'll call them that because that's how they identify.
Right.
But I think it's a misnomer in a lot of cases. I think it's a misnomer in all cases. Here's why:
Maybe.
not that they're wrong about their identity. What I'm saying is, since we recognize, well, some of us recognize that it's a spectrum,
Right.
then nobody is binary. If it's a spectrum, nobody's fucking. That means if it's an analog proposition. If you're at one extreme or the other, it doesn't matter. You're still part of a spectrum. You know what I mean? So I'm not binary because I identify as a man. I'm at one end of the spectrum of the gender spectrum. I'm at the extreme end of the gender spectrum, and someone who identifies as a she identifies at the other end of the gender spectrum. But neither of us is binary. It doesn't make any sense. It's an
Right.
analog position.
Right. Right. But I mean, you're not wrong. It's just that it's playing into the idea that the majority of people see gender as a binary. So if you're not part of that binary, you're outside the binary, you're non-binary.
But see
Um,
but that doesn't do anything to change the thinking about people
true.
that the binary is incorrect.
That
And
is correct.
I would rather say, hey, it's an analog position, and so nobody is binary because even people that identify as man or woman, he or she may have aspects of their personality that lean in the other direction, right? That lean, away. So it's like, so there are someone who identify as a man, as a he, but may have what society would call feminine traits, feminine attitudes, and things like that. So they're not at the extreme. They're actually, so they are not binary. They're not over here. They're here, but the pronoun fits them better. That pronoun fits them better. So we go with it. So again, it's a positional cross a line, and so I'd like to change the thinking on it. And now, mind you, I also do recognize that there's somewhat a difference, at least in some people, a difference between people who identify as non-binary and androgynous. Not quite the same thing either.
Right.
There's overlap. There are people who, so I would say, I guess, androgynous is a non-binary position, but it's not the only non-binary position.
Okay.
Right. And femboy, and that's actually an older term. Um, and that's cool too. And so that's why I think that's probably more accurate to say, because if that person identifies that way.
Yeah, right. It's probably more accurate to say, and that's all fine. That's all fine and good. What I think is just weird is they thought trans girl was too political. I don't see why it's political at all. I mean, it isn't. It is not, or should it be? Yeah, I get her opinion, not yours. I get it. I mean, I don't understand why anybody would think it's political. Why is it political, and how is it different? It's just so weird to me that people take these it's like a micro stance.
Well,
People talk about microaggressions. This is like a micro stance. It's just like um I'm trying to invent one now and I can't. It's just
I get
like
you.
I'm a trans woman because I haven't transitioned for long enough to really be a woman. Right? It's just like, oh, shut up, that's stupid.
Right. So here's what, now, a term that we used to use, not really in favor anymore, but tomboy. So it's a woman, someone who identifies as a woman, but they have masculine aspects. They tend to do things that guys do. And
Be
maybe,
Arthur.
and was that
Be Arthur.
be Arthur, right? So
She's my go-to.
right. So now,
She was a Marine. She was a truck driver. She has that voice.
right, exactly. So, and again, so then that would be a tomboy would be a again, part of that but again, it's part of the spectrum. It's part of the, well, again, I know you're trying to be a contrarian in Vegas because that's what you do, but people's attitudes are, much of society still accepts the binary and doesn't accept that it's a spectrum, and that's part of the problem. That's what I'm getting at, is that the reinforcing the idea that it is a binary is a problem. So again, I'm looking at, again, just strictly, let's move away from people for a second and go to what I do for a living. So industrial controllers, right? We have analog inputs and digital inputs. So digital inputs are binary. They're 1 0. Analog inputs are across a range, and you could be at one extreme of the range, you could be at the other extreme of the range, but that analog value will never be a binary, ever.
Paige, just want to point this out to you. Having spent my entire life being surrounded by mostly women, cisgendered women aren't super femme. There's always one thing, like the whole thing, like okay, so technically I began transitioning about 17, 18 years ago. That's when I first started taking hormones. Many moons ago. And I was on hormones. I was buying them illegally. I was taking them whenever I can. I was spending lots of money. I was buying Spiro. I was buying estrogen, Premarin at one point, which eventually they stopped making it because it caused breast cancer. But Premarin was one of the, was one of the main ones. It was one of the, way back then. It was one of the. Anyway, and one of the things that I thought about a lot was like, oh, I'm not, I'm not a trans woman. I'm not a woman. But I still went and I spent money on creams and supplements and everything to induce breast growth and to do what I could to change my body, but still never owning the fact that I was trans. And I was put off by what I saw in the media when it came to trans people in general, because what was presented were these cross dressers in ball gowns. Right. I mean, it was just like, the extreme makeup and the wigs, great big wigs and, corsets and breast forms and big flowing gowns. And it was just like, but women don't look like that. Women don't dress like that. There's nothing about that comes across as being a woman. That's a drag queen or that's, that's a show. And that's not feminine. That's, this ultra,
It's almost like
feminine.
a caricature of
Yeah, it's a cartoon. And I was like, man, that's not me. So therefore, I can't be trans. I mean, that's the thinking that I relied on for many years, to excuse that I was actually already in the process of transitioning.
One of the things kind of funny, and you said about that a lot of a good number of cis women are not not super femme either. Probably the most femme women I've ever known were actually lesbians, girly girls.
Yeah, the lipstick lesbian. Trans stuff is complicated. Trans stuff can be very complicated, and I mean, so that's the thing. Like the thing that a lot of cisgendered hetero people see, when that they associate with trans people. Many times they aren't even trans people. Number one, and number two, it's a stereotype, and it's a stereotype that is cartoonish. And that's where a lot of the issues come from. As somebody who was already on hormones, seeing these same things, thinking, "Oh, that's not me." I'm not part of that group.
Right.
Yeah,
it's funny. I mean, that's the thing. All of it. I mean, both gender identity and sexuality. Right. It's way more complicated and way more of a spectrum than anyone ever really wanted to know. I mean, the thing, like for instance, okay, like the there are men, cishet men, who strongly identify as heterosexual and generally speaking don't have any homosexual attractions, but might have one or two, like specific people.
Yeah.
Um, and I think again, I'm like women, ooh, women, but there was two people that I know that I was like, I'd have to think about it. Like, well, maybe, you know, and the only two people in my entire life, nothing came of it, but
So
there was a
I
possibility there.
I present myself in a similar way to most of the women, cisgendered women, in my life present themselves to the world, because that's what I know. That's what I'm comfortable with. That's what the women around me have always, put themselves out there as. Vegas, I'll get to that. I'll get the Ken Ham book. I wanted to address that, but not right away. Sorry. And let's be real, the trans community doesn't agree with itself. That's true. Ken Ham is a Christian apologist.
Yeah.
He's an evangelical. Anyway, so so people will ask. I get people ask, oh, hey, do you dress? I get dressed every day. I it's like, what do you mean? Do I dress? Do you dress as a woman? Well, of course I do. Because I'm a woman. I mean, I don't understand. It's such a ridiculous thing, and it's just like there's a difference. And I've said this before: cross dressers and drag queens and sissies and trans women, they aren't the same thing.
Right.
And a lot of people are stuck on this idea that they are. And it's like, oh wow, oh I if you would dress, I would love it. What do you mean? I get dressed every day. Oh, hey, baby, you're hot. Are you full time? I'm a full time mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does it mean? And again, people don't know. They don't realize. And one of the reasons they don't realize is because there are so many people out there who are waving the trans flag, right? That aren't really trans.
Mm.
And I know that, well, you're a trans medicalist. It's like, no, these people don't even claim to be trans. They
Right.
claim to be cross dressers, but they're flying the trans flag. They're not trans if they're cross dressers. Cross dressers, by definition, is a man who dresses as a woman.
Or vice versa.
Right. Or yeah, it's typically though. It's typically it's men who dress as women. But yes, yeah, sure, it could be the other way. So look who it is. It's agent of not returning texts. I like
Ooh.
that.
Drama.
Is good. Yeah, there is drama there. We need a video.
That's funny.
Right? The shirt is not a men's shirt. Yeah, exactly. It's like, do you dress? Do you dress? Ooh, I like cross dressers. Hey, wait, hang on a second. I haven't dressed as a man in over a year. I'm done cross dressing.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, people are bizarre. That's why I tend to stay away from them. I don't like. I really don't like that many people. I really don't. That's like a few years ago. I got in an argument with somebody, and they were like, "Well, if you were nicer, you'd have more friends on Facebook." I'm like, "Please, I'm barely tolerating the ones I have now."
Many trans start out as cross dressers. I would say the wording on that is probably closer to, yeah, right, okay, right, right. But they weren't cross dressers first. They were trans first.
Right? They
There's a
just didn't.
difference.
They just
There's a
didn't. They just
difference.
didn't recognize it.
They didn't recognize it, or they didn't accept it, or they used cross dressing as a way to dip their toes into the water. I went for a long time and said I was. Um, you keep doing that, and I'm afraid you're gonna pop. Um, I for a long time said I was non-binary because I was afraid to dip my feet in the water. And then about a year ago, a little over a year ago, I did, and I said, "Hey, the water's warm." So,
Yeah.
outlet. If that outlet, if it's Vegas, if you're saying that in response to what Paige and I are talking about, yes, it's an outlet because they're already trans. They're trans to begin with. But then there are cross dressers that are just cross dressers. They're just men who dress up as women. And that's just a cross dresser. Not to belittle anybody saying just, but there's a difference.
Right.
And trans people who start out as cross dressers, they're trans first. So
Right. Right. It's an entry fan.
well, non-binary toddlers being groomed into binary genders since birth. Eh, eh. I have no problem with boy girl. I don't. I don't. I don't. Especially for children. They don't know. And all you have to go on, all anybody has to go on is their genders. I'm sorry, is their genitals. And we have terms for that. They're very basic, very simple. And as they grow older, they can figure themselves out.
Right.
And they can make determinations and they can decide for themselves. And many, by the time they're 8, 9, 10 years old, start saying, I'm kind of thinking this. And sometimes they change their mind and sometimes they don't. And as long as you're allowing them to follow their own heart, they're following their own. I don't see how you could go wrong with that.
Well, that's why it's one thing I don't argue because it's not worth arguing about. But like, okay, so the
Yeah, I
ter-
get what you're saying. I'm sorry, Joe. Let me highlight this. So, right, cross dressing in and of itself has different motives than people who are trans. Exactly. So, if someone cross dresses due to shame, that's not really cross dressing. Correct. Like if they're trans, but they're ashamed and they're cross dressing as an outlet, right? That's not really cross dressing. They're actually playing a role, they're playing themselves, they're role playing as who they really are on a temporary basis. And in many instances, especially I think today it's easier, they find their way and they leave that behind and they're just them, like me.
right,
Um, but I mean, but that's the thing that people have to find for themselves.
right. Now, so what I started to say was that I run into some people who like because I'm like, okay, we have the terms man woman, we have the terms male female. So my understanding, at least of a couple years ago, was man woman was gender, male female was anatomy. And then somebody told me, "Well, that's gender too." I'm like, "Well, you can't take all the fucking terms and then they're using assigned male at birth and assigned female." I'm like, "Really? So we're gonna invent a new word for most of everybody?"
Yeah, a lot of that, like, again, for me, it's like hills to die on. There's some of those fights I just don't really have a lot of
Yeah, yeah,
motivation to get
right.
into.
So,
But
so
it's just like I don't see what's wrong. You know, they're gonna. The thing is if they're in an environment where they are safe and where they are cared for and they are free to find their way, they will.
right, right,
Period. If they're not in that kind of environment, then it doesn't matter what terms you use because they're not in an environment where they're safe and free to do so anyway.
right, right, right. So that's my whole thing. It's like, okay, because somebody said to me, "Well, then you're basically saying that the anatomy part never mattered." I'm like, "Well, yeah, because only people with certain bits can carry fetuses to term, and only certain people can impregnate the people who are capable of doing that. So anatomy matters occasionally, you know. Um, and so I'm like, so to me, plus the fact that we still refer to animals as male and female based on their anatomy.
Based on their anatomy. Yeah, I just saw this.
But so that's why I'm like, so let's so I guess what I'm saying is like, yeah, we definitely need to have separate terms for the gender identity versus your anatomy, but we don't take all the existing terms and apply all of them to gender. Like that doesn't make sense.
No, a lot of that just seems really silly to me.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's like the 1 million different pronouns for different non-binary people. And it's just like that's not necessary. It
yeah,
just isn't it's just I don't it doesn't make a lot of sense. And for some people it might make them feel good. And I'm glad that it does, but if there's somebody I know, and that's what they ask, I will respect them because I'm not a complete piece of shit.
right,
But I still think it's silly.
right,
Um, and I don't think that's unreasonable. Um, because I don't think I'm being unreasonable.
right,
Hey, this is what I want to be called. Respect that. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
I think it's silly, but yes, I will respect your wishes.
right. And the same thing too. If you're I will again, oh yeah, same thing. Whatever someone tells me that who they are, I believe them and I accept it. But if I guessed wrong initially, just correct me and I'll use the correct words from then on. But it's just like and most people are fine. That's how most people are. But there
Yeah.
are some extremists who are
Well,
like,
there's
how dare you? And like, well, how fucking know?
I see people. I told this story before. There's a girl, trans girl that I was friends with on Twitter. I was following on Twitter. I had most of my Twitter accounts are gone now, but there was the one. It was my Raven J one. It was the one I created when I came out, and there was this girl. You know, she's a little bit younger than me. Newly transitioning, newly changed her pronouns and going through the whole process, newly on hormones. She's bald, male pattern baldness. She's bald, and that's an issue. She has, like me, issues with facial hair. I still have to shave every day, even though I paid a couple $1,000s for electrolysis that didn't fucking work and scarred my face. But I mean, it's an issue. It's an ongoing issue. You could see, you know, I've had to put on makeup pretty heavy to try to hide it, but you can actually see it if you really look. And it sucks, but it is what it is. You know, I do the best I can. But anyway, so, you know, she had facial hair. She wasn't really on hormones yet, just really started. No boobs, you know, a bald head, you know, and she got upset because she went to the supermarket and the cashier called her sir. And it's just like, sweetheart, look in the mirror. You know, I mean, the cashier, as far as I am aware, you didn't walk up to the cashier and say, you know, here, you know, ring up my Cocoa Puffs. And by the way, I'm a trans woman. Right? You didn't do that. And since you did not do that, they don't know. They go by what they see. And if they see a man standing there, they're going to say, sir. Now, if, and not that I am like, I'm super passable or anything like that, but I think I'm semi-passable, right? I mean, if I walk up to the cashier like this, right, with all of that, and the cashier says, sir, I'm going to be like, what? I'm not going to go off on them. Like, I had a cashier a couple weeks ago, looking like this, called me sir. And I just went, really? Really? And she said, oh, well, your name came up as Robert on the thing. So, but maybe it's Roberta. For all the fuck you know, it could be maybe I'm using somebody else's membership card.
Right.
Does this look like a Robert? You know?
Right.
But I mean, it's whatever. You know, I mean, like I said, you know, I didn't like freak out or yell and, oh my God, you misgendered me, which people do. There are people that do that. And it's like, you need to chill because you're not making friends.
Right. Well, that's the thing. And then, like, I think with Vegas, I don't know if you want to highlight what Vegas said before. Yeah, the problem isn't. It's not a problem of making some assumption at birth. It's when the person is an exception and they don't fit the what we would have said. That's when it's a problem. It's like, well,
and I agree.
You say, hey, you know, I'm this. I'm like, okay, all right, cool.
And as Vegas has said many times, we probably agree on a lot more than we disagree on. But yeah.
Yep. That's true.
When we're talking about language concerning entire demographics, when we're talking about language that is like universal throughout a society or a culture, making the rules for that language based on a tiny majority, tiny minority, is kind of silly. The vast majority of people are binary. The vast majority of people are boy or girl, man or woman.
Even trans people.
You're right. And even trans people, like trans people are actually, most of us are part of the binary. And that's fine. All of that is fine. And there's nothing wrong with when a baby is born saying a boy or a girl. We already use gender neutral for kids. It's kids. Right. But that doesn't always work in everyday language. I mean, that's just silly to say that we should just say kids all the time. You know, hey, I saw the kid and the kid, the kid, the kid, and the kid, and the kid, and the kid, and the kid. It's like saying somebody's name over and over again so you can avoid using the pronoun. That's just silly.
That said, I do use fewer pronouns for that reason. Um, this way, again, it's you're less likely to screw up if you just don't use pronouns that much.
Yeah, your gender, your gender isn't indoctrinated though. It's not. It's not. Believe me. Believe me. Because I did not grow up in a trans friendly household.
Mm.
So, regardless of what my upbringing and my, environment as a child and my family, regardless of anything they had to say about it, I'm still trans. So, I mean, it's not indoctrination. It just isn't. It seems silly to even to bring that up and compare it to
Uh,
religion. That's silly.
an entry fan. Did you mean to say flat earthers and not fat earthers?
I saw that too. I just let it fly.
I mean, because I'm not a flat earther, but I might qualify as a fat earther depending on the definition.
It's just like, why would we, when the vast majority of people, right, are he or she, why would we fuck with that because of a few? It doesn't make any sense. It does not make sense. There's nothing wrong with it. Let it ride. The only problem that arises is when somebody says, "Yeah, that's not me," and you don't respect that.
Yeah,
That's a
there was this one trans person. I'm not entirely sure. I know they identified as trans. I
Please, I'm sorry, Joe. Please stop with the atheist and Christian and those kinds of comparisons to gender. Just stop. Just stop. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. You're being fucking stupid. Stop. Stop. My fucking God. I'm sorry, go.
I forgot what my point was.
I'm sorry.
But anyway, so it's getting late though. I got to get up for work. Um, so I think I need to call it a night myself.
Good night, Joseph.
Good night, Raven.
Don't think I've ever called you Joseph.
I don't think you have either.
That's a first. All right, Joseph.
Take
So
care. Good night, peoples. And Entry V fans, stop making silly points.
Thank you. Not to mention just the sheer optics of doing something tantamount to suggesting it's abuse to call kids boys or girls. Yeah. My God. Just it's not an analogy. It's a stupid fucking analogy. It's not imperfect. It's not an imperfect analogy. It's a stupid fucking analogy. My God. Gender isn't indoctrinated. It's like you're making the other side's argument for them. Stop it. If you think that people can grow up indoctrinated to be a gender, you're basically making the argument that trans people are indoctrinating children. That's the argument you're making. Don't you understand that? Don't you fucking realize society's impact on people? No, nobody said that, you fucking asshole. You know what? Stupidity pisses me off. Stupidity, extreme stupidity, sticking to stupidity, taking stupidity and making it your fucking moniker and the fuck you. Fuck you. Ugh. This is what happens when I get pissed off. And this is tame. I used to yell so loud that I would break my mic. I've broken a few mics. Okay, wait. I've looked at this a couple times now, and I agree with it. I just don't understand. I don't understand why you're saying it though. I get angry about stupid arguments. I get angry about straw manning. That angers me. Um, when that motherfucker just said, "Oh well, oh just society doesn't affect people." Got it? Yeah, that's not what was said. You stupid, lying, dishonest motherfucking piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. So fucking aggravating. If you can't argue honestly, then shut the fuck up. I don't see why that's difficult. Either argue the points that are made or argue against them or get the fuck out. Simple. George C. saying he's sorry. So is that an Entropy fan? Is that another account? Yes? Yes? Is that an Entropy fan? Say yes. Say yes. If that, is that you? So I can block this account too? Fuck you. Okay, so Ken Ham is a evangelical Christian. He raised a lot of money to open up a life-sized replica of Noah's Ark. So my point was not addressed because your point was fucking stupid. Please shut up. Um, so he built a giant life-size replica of Noah's Ark, right? And he calls it like the Ark Experience or some stupid shit like that, or Ark Encounters. And he charges people so he can preach to them when they come and visit the fucking Ark. He's a con artist. He's an evangelical, evolution denying, science denying, who claims the Bible is a book that can answer all questions. Of course he does. Hi.
Hi. Sorry, I was busy earlier, and I still don't feel like being on camera that much.
Well, that's
Since,
because you've just been touching yourself for an hour. I understand.
yeah, you know, man, how to go with that one? I was touching myself while watching you and Joseph.
Joseph, yes. I
No,
think I'm gonna call him Joseph from
no,
now
I
on.
just had some paperwork that I procrastinated the entire week, the entire weekend, and then like this is not the normal night that we usually would be talking.
Right.
This is Sunday night, and so this
Right.
is the night that I procrastinated it to, and then you're all like, "Here's a link," and I'm like, "But this is the I cannot type
I
and want to
tagged
share with you because I
I,
just
I
paid my
tagged you
attention."
I tagged you in a post hours ago on Facebook.
Also on the wrong day, and I saw that.
Okay.
I saw that after you sent the link. I also saw that had happened because I was completely out of it for my Sunday. I was just doing other things. This was a break in the norm. What happened to yesterday?
Yesterday's Saturday. Yesterday should have been Paul. But I
Okay.
have no idea if the dinner club
What
is
happened
still
to
a
Friday?
thing. I didn't feel like it.
Okay.
I wanted you on last week and you didn't come on either. And I wanted you on because I wanted to talk to you because you said something that really stuck with me and is still sticking with me. And that's about what is this show about? Basically, like talking about the
Yes.
identity of what this show is or what it should be or could be or what it
Mhm.
and is it just that, Raven knows a lot of people. And I do.
Yeah.
I do. But that is not the basis for a show.
It isn't the basis for, in my opinion, the type of show that's going to be sustainable or satisfactory to your standards of like what you leave behind as this show.
Right. And I have big shoes to fill. My own. I mean, I could like drop dead tomorrow and be happy with what I did on YouTube. I have a YouTube legacy that I am proud of and should be proud of. And I could stop now and be good. But I don't want to stop now. And if I'm going to continue, I need to be able to do something that kind of does that legacy justice, if
Yeah.
that makes sense to you.
So there's this concept in professional wrestling. They call it the rub. And I'm not talking about, the masturbation that I was doing earlier. No rub and tug. It's called the rub, right?
I don't do this anymore.
You
It's
don't?
sad. No.
Like the gesture or the actual act?
No, the actual. It doesn't work anymore. It's done. That's
Because
done. The gesture. I mean, I'm doing it right now.
there are gestures that I know people have given up. Along with the R word, some people after seeing the president of the United States go like this,
Oh yeah.
that gesture, and
I've actually done that since then and felt bad about it.
you are the mom to a special needs child, and you should never use that gesture ever. Shame on you.
I know. And
Scratch your dirty neck.
it was like
Shame.
it was like this whole like reflexive thing because I was pissed off at somebody on the show here. Somebody was being really stupid, and I just did the whole. And it was like after I was like, oh Jesus, what the fuck kind of idiot am I? But yeah, whatever. I'm a person. I'm a person just like everybody else. So just like George here made a stupid fucking argument before, he's a person. Yeah, it happens.
Okay. So the rub.
Right.
So there was like Andre the Giant and like the $1 Million Man, right? They would be like harassing Hulk Hogan one week, right? And so then Hulk Hogan would have to go find a tag team partner so that he could face both of them at the same time.
Right.
And the person that he would pick would be some no-name motherfucker named Tugboat, right? And it would be always like some like low card, like doesn't draw any money for the company motherfucker that they're trying to see if that person can maybe get over with the crowd just by being next to Hulk Hogan, right? So that's the rub. Hulk Hogan's popularity is supposed to rub off onto this jobber that they brought up from the undercard, right?
Right.
Do you feel like you've gotten the rub from the people that you have had on your show, that their popularity has transferred over to you?
No.
Do you feel like you got the rub from even being on other people's channels, their shows, and then like people coming over?
Even through Madness Mayhem charity, the thousands and thousands of worldwide viewers that came to the charity event, because their favorite YouTubers were on, I didn't pick up any new subscribers from any of that. So I mean, even with that, with the whole 36 out, with that whole thing, with the fact that I put that whole event together for all those years and raised all that money, and that I was more than just the backbone of that whole thing. I mean, that's what I was talking about, my legacy, right? That's my legacy, that I am so proud of. As far as viewership for my own channel, which hosted the show, I got nothing. So it's like, so no, I haven't gotten the rub from all of the people that I know and the shows that I've done and the guests that I have had on. Which in a way, considering, I mean, I've had 2,000, I've got just under 2,000 subscribers. And the vast majority of them, I got from my own, sweat.
The few times that I have gotten a rub from other YouTubers, it has fucked me in the end. Right? What the biggest one being Thunderfoot. Okay. When I was mentioned in his video as having found out that Laughing Witch had a previously existing $25,000 debt, which just so happened to match the number of dollars she was trying to raise, and say Thunderfoot was killing her business, so she needed that much money. When I found that out, and then he used a clip from my video, I got 3,000 subscribers that were all wanting me to be very prominent in that fight between shitlords and feminists. And when I didn't perform, because that's not my bread and butter, that's like I'm a pretty eclectic person.
Right, but that's not your shtick.
All of those people just kind of dwindle off their viewership of me, but they stayed subscribed. And what I found out is, if they don't watch you within the last 1,000 videos that they watched, you don't show up every time that you make a video. You don't get like promoted to them in their subscriptions box, right? If
Right.
they go 1,000 videos without watching you, they might as well not be subscribed to you. So I've got all of these dead subscribers,
Me too.
right? The problem
But
being,
you have more.
yeah,
'cause you're-
I have a ton of dead subscribers.
Yeah.
You know, I at one point got them to click, subscribe, but since they went 1,000 videos without watching me, sometimes because I didn't make any content, in the span of time that somebody would watch 1,000 videos,
Right.
they just kind of don't count. And so I have this dead weight hindering my channel, because every time you make a video, it goes out to a sample of about 100 people in their subscription box. And based on the number of people that click on it, then it goes out to the rest of the people that are subscribed to you. I see that. So because when I get sampled, the sample goes out to a whole bunch of dead channels. I don't get a whole bunch of immediate views. Because of that, it doesn't go out to the rest of my subscribers. And so I'm completely gimped, for lack of a better word. I am hobbled as a channel.
Hobbled is the word.
Yeah, hobbled. So I can't build the channel that I have as well as I could just creating a new channel. I could do far better, but I don't want to. I don't want to create a new channel. I feel like I have this channel that spans more than 10 years, and it's got all this history to it. Why would I want to start putting my content on?
I privated a lot of my videos.
Yeah. Nearly all.
Huh?
Nearly all.
Nearly all. Yeah. I privated a lot of my videos. I changed the name of the channel. I wanted to start over without starting a new channel. And I don't know if you remember, I mean, I actually put it out there, right? What should I do this, or what should I do? Looking for some guidance, looking for some ideas, looking for some kind of inspiration. I didn't get a whole lot back, which really didn't surprise me. Most people just stay DevShell 2, it's just, yeah, well, no, but whatever. I mean, I made my decision and went, and my channel didn't suffer from that decision. It didn't benefit either.
Yeah.
It's just kind of remained static, and so much about me has changed. The way I present myself, and not just the way I look. I mean, just my presentation. Me yelling at an Entropy fan before was probably the closest to DevShell 2 that I think I've been in a very long time. But he pissed me off. But I mean, it was one of the things that DevShell 2 was known for, was being a bit volatile, and I'm not really that person anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I honestly haven't felt like I've had the time to be able to put the effort into any of the winning formulas that I know exist and I know how to use them, but they do actually take effort. YouTube can be a full-time job.
Well,
in
sure, there are plenty of
getting
people that there are plenty of people that do that. I'm not looking to do that though. I just want enough money to hire a 25-year-old muscle twink to serve me soda in a thong.
I get that out of my normal life, and I still won't pay money for a muscle twink. But I will pay to have someone come once a week and scoop the poop out of my backyard.
Well, okay, so now that just begs the question: why are you pooping in your backyard? You could save a lot of money by using the bathroom.
I can't train my dogs to flush the toilet for the life of me. You know, that's something that cats can be trained to do, but dogs, they'll try to shit in it and then drink it.
Did you see the pictures on Facebook of my new kitty cat?
No, no, I've had a shit week.
Well,
Where
I'm sorry, but we adopted a cat named, well, it was named Ty, but we changed his name to Shanna.
okay,
Shenanigans.
okay, Shanana.
Shanna. We call it Shanna, but it's short for shenanigans.
Gotcha.
Shenanigans. Shenanigans. I did, didn't I? Oh,
If
Yeah.
if someone in your chat
this is accurate.
refers to you as a bitch when they say bitch please, does that at least count as like a passing
It is gender affirming.
gender affirming? Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, you called me bitch.
It is a gendered term.
It is a gendered term. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I also have this problem that's been really keeping me from doing what I would want to do in the formulas for success on YouTube. Hear me out. There's a lot of drama that happens with my job. So much drama that like I realized that previous to having this job, I was a shit stirring drama channel on YouTube. I had this thirst for drama. Now I get that in my real life, and
so
I'm full. I'm completely full. I don't need drama with other people on YouTube because I just feel like I get so much of it in my real life, and then I can't talk about it because people have confidentiality when they receive services from mental health
yes.
agencies. And
So-
so there's all this shit going on I can't say one fucking bit about publicly.
So
But I'm
shit stirring and drama and all that on your channel, way back in the day. It was kind of a staple of your YouTube existence.
I
for a
wouldn't say it was the staple. It
Um,
was just something that I did at least weekly.
while.
Right? But I
okay,
posted so
let me
many videos of like all these other things that had nothing to do with the drama.
So
And yet the only things that I got known for was the drama.
how long have you and I known each other?
10 years.
Yeah, right. Easily, right?
Yeah.
How long would you say we've been friends?
Off and on for at least 10 years.
But I mean,
I
but
had a
like-
good talk with you in 2013.
that's a good memory. But I mean, like, as far as like, not just like friendly, but friends, right? That's recent. That's the last couple of years.
Yeah,
And the reason for that is, I mean, although off and on I was involved in certain amounts of drama about certain different things on YouTube, if you're honest and you look back, you would know I did try to avoid a lot of it. There was a lot of stuff I didn't get involved in. There's a lot of stuff I wouldn't even comment on because it's like that was my point of view. That was beneath me. A lot of that bullshit. A lot of it was just nuts. And I still had people coming after me using pictures of my dead grandmother to harass me on Twitter, which was fucking ridiculous bullshit. And this was like, I still don't know who that was. But I mean, because of your connection to a lot of the drama and a lot of the shit stirring, even if you were just reporting on it, that was like, yeah, this is a person I'm staying away from.
Okay.
So
Good enough for me. There have been people that tried to give me their perspective on why my channel was not bigger and what I could do to grow it, as if I was even interested in growing it like their channel. And they gave me some pointers, right? And one of them was I needed to be less involved in internet drama. And at the time of getting that bit of advice, I had not been involved in internet drama for a while. But there are at least 3,000 Thunderfoot subscribers who only know me because of internet drama. And they never watch anything else like me walking through an abandoned building. You know, they never watch like just the weird odd shit. Like I just made a video showing all the different Bob Ross things that I have at my office at work. I have like a little shrine to Bob Ross products, right? At work. My clients can see it. Like my whole top of my desk is just a row of Bob Ross products. And I make a little video about that. None of these people who know me for the internet drama are ever going to see videos like this, right?
I
Majority of my videos are complete off the wall, just things that I wanted to make a video of.
I don't watch most of your videos.
Yeah.
And it's never anything like, oh, watch a video. It's just, I don't know. I don't watch many videos anymore, actually. I really don't. I used to live on YouTube. I used to watch videos every day. I mean, not as bad as Richard Coughlin, but I mean, I used to watch a lot of videos. And I made a lot of videos. I used to make 1 or 2 videos a day, every day for a long time.
I did too, and that amount of time where I made 2, 3, 4 videos a day, I call that time unemployment.
Well, yeah, I
had the time to try to make a go of it, of being a popular YouTube channel, and you know, I threw probably 2 years of my life into really being connected as a YouTuber to all these other people, and it didn't work out. I did not come out on top in that time, and I actually got more popular when I stopped taking it seriously and was only making videos every now and again. And one of them being that deep dive into Laughing Witch,
right.
you know, and I could never tell which video it is that is going to take off. Like you just said, earlier stream, you said that you made the mistake of looking at the view count.
Yeah.
Right. For me, some of the oddest videos I've made will strangely get high levels of views, and they're never the ones that I put all this work into. I will put a whole bunch of work into a video and it'll only get like 200 views. And then I make a stupid video just off the cuff of, say, 2 people who were fighting in a Walmart parking lot. And that thing is still getting thousands of views and buying me a cup of coffee every month.
Cool.
I made a video showing where you could find the place where Chris Watts killed and then hid the bodies of his wife and children, right? And I showed the grid coordinates that you could like actually go out to this place in Rogan, Colorado. And it was like a farm where there was fracking, and he hid them in like a fracking tank and all that. I showed that on camera in a video where I swear it was 20 minutes of me doing like a travel vlog of like how big this guy's ranch was and how every entrance was kind of blocked. And it was like 20 minutes of like definitely footage where I didn't think anyone was really going to watch this video. I made it for me,
Right.
right? The last minute of the video was the payoff, and it had the grid coordinates of where to find it. And because of that, the video takes off as if it's a good video. It's a crap video. It's crappy.
That's not for you to decide.
Travel vlog. It's not even about the actual murders. It was like at one part of it, a rock flies up and hits the windshield and puts a little crack in my truck's windshield. Right? The ad revenue from that video paid to replace the windshield.
That's funny.
Yeah, and then some.
So for trans people who are watching, let me ask you guys. I have no idea, like what my experience compared to other people's is even comparable in any way. But I found that first off, seems really strange to say because it seems like all the trans women I know or see are into women. I'm not. I am the only trans woman that I know that thinks men are just pretty cool. I like guys. So, even though I am primarily attracted to men, I have found that lately I am looking at pictures of women. And I'm wondering if any of the people who are trans in any way, shape, or form that are watching, if any of them are left, if they have a similar experience where it's not like I'm looking at them and it's not like, oh man, I want to bang her, because that's just not true. But it's more of a bitch. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
I have.
While you were talking, I was looking at pictures. So
I have an experience that's similar, where like I'm questioning, like, why is it that I sometimes am attracted and then sometimes am not attracted to people? And for me, it's very easy for me to like turn off being attracted to anyone while I'm at work. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a coworker, a client, and anything like that. I can mentally just put them in a box and never look at them with, lustful eyes.
no, because they're in the crazy person box. I get it.
There's that, but everybody's crazy. Some people just get caught, right?
I like
But
that.
but I also have this issue where I have trouble turning that switch back on whenever I meet somebody and then they get associated with a partner.
Right.
So, like, for you forever, I will be associating you with like Peach, right?
Right.
And then off limits. It doesn't matter what happens in the future. You're just like, you're peached, right?
Right.
And so completely shut off. And anytime I
Okay, so for
see
those of
somebody
you who
who
are
gets out of a relationship, it doesn't come back on for me.
if you're watching and paying attention, what he really basically has just said there was he thinks that I'm attractive and that he has shut that off because I am not single. That's the reality. What he
But here it gets worse. Peach is Raven and Coughlin in my mind,
so
right? Like that, the Coughlin switch never got flipped up. Like,
okay,
like
she's a cis woman, so
yeah.
For you, as I'm making an assumption here, a hetero, man, that makes sense. But yeah, so you heard it here first, folks.
You'll try to eke out some compliments from anything.
I
right?
will. I am a whore for compliments.
So I realize that there are sapiosexual people out there that are only attracted to smart people.
Right.
Right. That's not it for me, but it's close. Right. For me, it's length of time around someone, and they can't be in any of those boxes.
Josh Meridian Frost.
Uh-huh.
He's got one of the sexiest brains I know.
Ooh.
And it's something I've said to him for years. I am in love with your brain. You have a sexy brain. He's this mix of creative and intelligent, and he is. I used to say all the time that he is a blacksmith of words, and now he's an actual blacksmith. It's just
Knives and stuff.
yeah, I mean, and he did the whole thing making jewelry, and he doesn't find that there's anything he can't learn or teach himself to do. And he is, as they say in Boston, wicked smart. And love that. That's sexy as hell. That is like one of the sexiest things there is. Yeah, I am attracted to brains.
I think even though I don't feel like sexually turned on by those brains, I can point some out that I find are in the same category as Josh. I would say the Messianic Manic, TMM. He's in the same category. My old friend Chris, who used to go by Violently Graceful, he's a very, very intelligent guy.
That's a name I remember.
Yeah. I do know a few people that just it's beautiful the way that they are slightly more intelligent than everyone else.
I found Das American Atheist. I found his brain to be rather exceptional. Turns out he's not a very good person, though.
A lot of girls felt otherwise. They were very attracted to all of the different expositions he had for his genius. He had of course, there was the YouTube video scripting that he did.
Right.
And I'll say that the composition of the videos was actually very good. He was a very good videographer, and then he was a pianist on top of it.
Right.
And these things he did all at a very high level.
Right. Right. But yeah, there are some questionable things he did in person with people. So, and then in Washington, D.C., he felt me up, and he was just like, hey, I'm feeling up a tranny. And it's just like, So some of the shine wore off.
Now,
I still think he has a sexy brain.
I don't know why he quit YouTube.
I don't either.
But he's one that I would figure based on who he was and what he was doing, that perhaps he's teaching somewhere and he needs to not have this other presence online.
He is teaching music.
Yeah. And
because he's on Facebook. I'm friends with him on Facebook. We haven't really interacted in quite a while, but I do see his posts, and every now and then I'll leave a funny comment. But yeah, his life has just gone in a different direction. But I mean, there was like allegations of him kind of being a little too much at some of the meetups when it came to. Then there was the whole licking thing. He licked somebody. It just, yeah, he's an odd duck.
He licked someone.
He licked someone, yeah. So I mean, and there was a couple of love scandals there that were just like but what
was it? Consensual licking?
No.
Non-consensual licking?
Licking, yeah.
Tongue raping.
I'm sorry?
Tongue raping.
Yeah. You could say that. I don't know how accurate it is, but you could say it.
Well, a lot of people that I met across the country were very different than who they were online. I'm sure I was too.
I guess.
Um,
I don't know because I haven't met you. But I mean, I am. This is me.
I feel like the times that I've seen Paul in person, I didn't get to that point where my social battery would get drained. But the other night, I went to a wedding, and the only person that I knew there was the groom. Like every one of the other guests, I had no clue who they were. They were all parts of like other parts of his life or the bride's wife life. And there was somebody who I would have known who would have been seated at the same table as me, and they just didn't show up to the wedding after RSVPing, which is very tacky, right? But also it was very awkward for me, and they started with this dance, and I was trying to get to know the people at the table. All of them were the bride's friends. The groom had no friends at my table anymore, and I was trying to get to know them and have nice conversation, but it was very draining. Just to meet people when I was expecting to catch up with somebody that I already knew. And then they started this thing where they said everyone who's a couple get up and dance, and there was like 8 of us out of like 100 that weren't in a couple, and it was very awkward to be one of the single people at the.
I would have shouted. I would have shouted a couple of what?
So they started doing like, if you've been together for a year or less, sit down. And then people, most of them were still dancing. They're like, if you've been together for 3 years or less, sit down. And a couple of people sit down. And they were basically getting all the way up to this couple that had been together for like 40 years. And they were the last ones standing. That whole time, it was just so awkward that I actually got up and I got some lemonade. Then I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, they were still doing this whole, like, okay, a couple more years, sit down. And I was standing in the doorway, and I realized I don't have to fucking be here. I've made a showing. I've been here like 3 fucking hours. I left a present,
That's it.
Um,
You fulfilled your social obligation.
I fulfilled it all. And like all my YouTube antics of filming activism, I actually filmed the actual ceremony. It's like 12 minutes long, right? And I got some good shots out of it that I was able to send. I went home and I just spent the rest of my time just using After Effects in Vegas to like make little clips like they could put out on their Facebook.
That's
I
cute.
sent that to him. And I was like, now I've really like fulfilled my obligation. I'm done. But like my social battery was fucking drained to a point that I didn't think it could get drained. Just and being at that wedding. And I don't know if it's this pandemic and living in a bubble for 2 years, but like visiting YouTubers across the country didn't drain me like this one wedding did.
Wow.
Seeing
Man,
clients hour after hour at work does not drain me like this wedding did. This wedding was just, I felt so awkward being there.
wow. That's wild.
Yeah. And so I left. You don't have to be in a place where you don't want to be.
So let me ask, where are you living right now? Or you're not in the same place you've been, are you?
Yeah. I'm moving stuff around right now. And that's why, like, this right here used to be like a bookshelf that I'm moving around.
Right. Where is, if you don't mind my asking, where
Go
is
ahead. About 20 feet that way,
okay.
downstairs.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask anymore. It is what it is.
I will say that many times on this show and on the Breakfast Club, you'll hear me complaining about housing prices,
Right.
and the whole housing market.
Right.
And I am in a housing surge right now.
Right.
And I feel fucked.
I know. I know.
I feel lied to by life.
Right.
know?
I remember you talking about a number of different houses that you looked at. I know that you had been looking. I haven't heard anything in a while. You haven't really been on a whole lot compared to in the past. And I just didn't know where everything stood and what was happening.
Well,
So
this
that's
is what happened. All the houses, they decided to keep their price at around where they were before, and then the prime interest rate went up, which makes all of the mortgage lenders raise things a little bit more. And so, for let's say a house that would cost $500,000, when the interest rate goes up 1% on the mortgage lender end, that 1% of $500,000 is like over 500 a month more.
a lot.
And when your budget was like just barely being able to afford it, even though I've worked myself to this point where I feel like I'm making more money than most all of my friends, and I still look at like how much of my money would have to go to buy a house. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
why would I have to put up that money? Because the person who owns it thinks that their house is worth that much, is worth gold.
right.
So
I mean,
like, I would have to be the sucker giving up like all of my capital from my work.
home values. I mean, I don't know about nationwide, but home values, I believe we're past the peak. Um, and they aren't selling as quickly as they were.
Yeah. So the
Slow down.
painting Kurosawa was the wave. It's a big wave with like Japanese boats in it, right? Okay. I feel like interest rates and just the greed of the homeowners have pushed the wave all the way up, and it is starting to look like when homes are getting listed now for the first time that they're kind of valuing themselves a little bit less than maybe they would have.
Right. We're past the peak.
Where, yeah, but I feel like that wave is hanging just like the painting. Like there's nothing that's going to be listed that's worth it in my neck of the woods for under $450,000. Whereas these homes used to be 10 years ago, these were like $100,000 homes.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, like, the house that we're in, we paid like 160 for it. We could probably sell this now for close to 4. So yeah, the house next door is identical. They're bi levels, it's just like all in a row. They're all identical houses, the whole community. And they paid 390. They just moved in a few months ago. They paid 390. So, I mean,
I'm not in a bad position, but I have a self-imposed time limit on me wanting to move.
right.
All
understandable
due to life situations, but
right.
2 years from now, I want to be closer to where I want my niece to be able to go to college and stay with me. So I'll be, wanting to make the move in that amount of time. Do I think that the housing crash, as it were, is going to happen in those 2 years? I hope, but hear me out. I looked at the housing market in 2019 and thought, this shit is way overblown. There's about to be a housing crash. I cannot get a house now. Then 2020, 2021, now we're in 2022, and I'm still feeling like there's a housing market crash that needs to happen. But each year keeps on going up in fucking value. And if I grabbed something in 2019, I would have felt like I was being ripped off.
Right.
Now, I feel like the banks are insane for even thinking about lending me $500,000 because, who makes enough to pay the mortgage payment on that?
I understand. I get it. I'm getting so old.
There's nothing I can do about that. I can commiserate. It'll just make you feel worse for me to
I know.
talking
Yeah.
about stuff.
It is what it is. Mhm.
Let me
I
tell you how old I am.
I'm
So
sorry.
Let me tell you how old I am so we can commiserate.
You're a youngin.
I snapped on one of the receptionists at work. I can say this because it's not breaking anyone's confidentiality. I told her that I don't need any millennial white girls with nose rings telling me what planets have to be in alignment for me to have a crappy day today.
Was
Because
her name
I know what planet it is. It's Earth.
was her
Earth
name
It's
Storm?
going to be a bad fucking time today. So I went off on this girl for being a millennial and having a nose ring and being like a white girl that believes in astrology.
Right. But you're a millennial.
How do you figure?
How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
Yeah. How old are you?
It's not something I say online.
Are you around the same age as Peach?
No, I'm older.
Okay. Because Peach is 41 and she is a millennial.
Yeah. No, not me. I'm
Closer to my age.
I think I'm Gen X, the way that it falls. But
Well, I mean, yeah, you probably are.
my younger brother is
I'm
right
51.
on the line.
So
My younger brother is like right on the line between millennial and Gen X. So
housing prices will go down because the Fed is raising interest rates. This might be the worst time to buy, to be honest. Yes. This will
yeah,
probably be the
see,
worst time.
Vegas and I agree on this.
So, yeah, you're gonna wait a little while. I don't know. Like I said, we're past the peak. It is coming down.
What I realized though is
time-
if you crash, if
You
how
know, that's the thing is it going to slope, or is it going to crash? And I think most likely it's going to be like that wave. I think it's just going to crash. I think it's just going to come down on all those little houses. So yeah, after that, that's a great time to buy. After that.
and for me, I have a 2-year limit that if I don't have a crash in this 2 years, I will still move and probably rent somewhere just to provide for somebody else's education and having a stable home. But I won't be in anything that I like. I won't
Right.
have anything that really works for my lifestyle, like having a truck and a trailer and needing multiple parking spaces for all the toys that I have.
I don't have a lifestyle, so I don't know about that stuff.
I want a garage, you know.
There's actually Zoomer isn't the most recent. There's actually the generation after Zoomer. They've already been born. Just so you know. So,
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I have I have 4 kids, and they are all like 4 of them. They are in 3 different generations. The oldest is a millennial. My daughter is a Zoomer, and then the 2 little ones are whatever's next.
I think it was like 1993 that Smashing Pumpkins released a song called 1979.
Right.
And we are now farther from 1993 than 1979 was when it was released
Right.
in 93. We're like,
We're all old.
it's weird. Like that song is now older than it was about a year in the past.
Right.
You know who's almost 50? Eminem.
I'm over 50. Yeah, that's right. Eminem's almost 50. That's wild.
You know who's in his 60s?
Who?
Fucking Tom Cruise in a fucking fighter jet.
Yeah.
That shit would never happen in real life, like a 60-year-old.
Well, that's true. Because, he's too old to function.
Yeah. So yeah, the whole housing thing. I'm hoping for a crash that is more powerful than just housing prices staying the same for a couple years.
Well, that's not a crash.
I need the actual dip. No,
it should. Most likely it will. It's most likely to go one of two ways. Like I said, either it'll slowly decrease, which is possible. But I think it's more likely there will be a crash. The what we've seen over the last couple of years, in part was due to COVID. And we're still shaking that off. But when we're done shaking that off, the entire landscape changes again.
there was also something else that was done in 2019 that kept a crash from happening, and that was actually the Trump administration's doing. They created a sort of a fake bank that wasn't around in 2008 that would lend overnight to other banks.
Right.
And this was like a middleman, like internet bank between the Federal Reserve and banks. And so this kept the same style of crash that happened in 2008 from even happening. They created this other class of bank.
Right.
And so when they did that, it kind of ruined the market's ability to do a check and balance on itself.
Self-regulate.
Because this self-regulation of banks not being willing to lend to each other isn't there.
Right.
And so that bridged the gap from like 2018 and 19 into the COVID era.
The term
houses.
The term kind of, I'm a little uneasy with the term, but it's kind of basically an artificial stabilizing. It's the market have been artificially stabilized.
No, and the shit of it is you don't. People from our cut of politics don't like to give Trump any fucking credit, right?
Right.
But had that been 2008, and then that housing crash happened, and then Obama comes along and like fixes things with a similar system, we'd have been all like, yes. 2008 was before Obama, but like fixing it afterwards with a system like that, we would have been like, fuck yes, he's fixing things. And with Trump, it was like, I know it wasn't him directly, but it was his administration. It was the people he appointed that figured this shit out, and it stopped another 2008 from happening. And the shit of it is, for everyone who owns a house, it was great. But for me trying to buy a house, for all the millennials, it fucked everyone. Millennials have this outlook on life where they're just never going to be able to afford a home. I speak to millennials daily. Some of them I work with.
I'm
and
married to
start
one.
snapping at because they don't make my coffee right.
I don't know. I'm married to one. She bought a house. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you married an elder millennial.
Oh, well, yeah. We're not married, but I say that she's my wife. Common law, even though it doesn't really exist in New Jersey, but whatever. We were together a long time. 12 years.
Yeah.
Journey. I rarely say that. That would be boring. Trying to think, have I said it
You know a
tonight?
trans person who says the word journey daily on Facebook? Yes. So
I'm not.
yeah, that's not you,
No, that's not me.
but
No,
there is
that
other.
would be a boring game if you were playing with me. Nobody would drink unless it got me talking about music. And I'm like, hey, Journey was pretty good.
So you didn't read my suggestion about the gun control that we need. You know, you guys were talking about gun collectors that have way too many guns, and I just think that a certain amount, just like other things that people own, maybe
Oh,
you have to have
yes.
a license to be a dealer and a reseller,
Right.
or you have to cut down on how many guns you have.
Right. I don't think that's bad.
Yeah, in the suburb where I'm living, you're allowed to have 4 dogs without having a kennel license. In Denver proper, the center of the city, you can only have 3 dogs without a kennel license, right? But they have breed specific laws that have come and gone and might come back there and whatnot.
Right.
Basically, beyond a certain number of animals, you need a kennel license. Right? That prevents people from becoming like the cat lady on the street that has 30 cats and they're all going around the neighborhood being feral, you know. And those 30 cats don't go over to the elementary school and pose a threat to all the kids, you know. I just think that maybe we need to have rules that say, if you've got an entire arsenal in your basement, then
Right. You should
you
have some kind of yeah.
dealership license on those people, and also give them extra training on gun safety, and maybe
They would have to
expose people that have
they would have to carry insurance because they're a dealer. They would have to, yeah.
Yeah.
I think actually having forcing people to have insurance, just in general when it comes to firearms.
like cars.
Yeah, yeah. I think just that alone, I think might actually do a lot of good. Yeah. But what do I know?
Vegas wants to know why I'm not responding to braggy cooking pictures.
Well, I think maybe Vegas should get a Facebook and post them there.
That's one reason probably. I could have up thumbed, but I don't have up thumb on just getting a text. But also, I just had a shit week. I was very overworked.
Had a bad day.
Yeah, and it's getting better. My situation is getting better. My pay is getting better. Everything's getting better except for uh, it can't get good enough for me to own a house.
Right.
Like literally, I feel like I just doubled my pay, and I would have to double my pay again, and I still can't afford a house in my own mind. Like Like, I know what being a fiscally responsible person is, and you have to be making a certain amount of money more than what your mortgage is. And if you put all of your money that you make into your house and leave nothing on top for living,
Yeah, you have to eat.
yeah, you have to eat. And if you go house poor because of that house, then you can't afford it, right? So having just doubled my pay, I realized that I would still have to double my pay on top of doubling my pay in order to even just barely afford houses where they are because they are so incredibly expensive,
It's true.
especially with the interest rates just going up. And it just makes me feel horrible. Like, this is my moment in my life when this was supposed to happen. And I feel like those high schoolers who didn't get their prom or their graduation because of COVID, you know? That's what I feel like. I like this time of my life got spoiled by something that wasn't supposed to happen in this time of my life.
I get you, but it did.
I was jealous of Vegas's cooking pictures because I don't have a lot of time to cook for myself when I'm, slammed with work. But I, for a fact, know that Vegas has a gas guzzler, and gas prices have just gone up.
Yeah, I know. I've actually seen pictures of the gas guzzler. Hello, Elena. Thank you for coming in. I don't know how long you've been here, and I don't know how long you're staying, but I'm glad you stopped in. I was just commenting on Harley's picture, saying that she looks like Starlight. I don't know if you know Harley, but she looks like Starlight.
I think I know which Harley you're talking about.
She's a trans
Shay.
girl, Shayra's friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was Coven.
Yeah. Harley is beautiful. I hate her. Harley is beautiful.
Watch your mouth, or Harley's going to become a YouTuber and crowd your space here.
I know, right? Yeah, she is. She's gorgeous. Yeah, and she looks like Starlight. I mean, it's funny. Somebody commented that she looks like Starlight from The Boys, and I was just like, oh my god, yes. I was just watching it yesterday, and I remember thinking, Starlight kind of reminds me of Harley. There's totally a resemblance there. It's actually pretty wild. She could cosplay as Starlight. It's pretty cool. Just saying. But yeah. Harley is beautiful, the bitch.
Yeah. So you've been live for 4 hours now.
Yeah, I know.
What you got planned for the morning?
My friend Melissa left a comment and I'm reading it. I'm sorry.
Where's the comment?
On Facebook. I don't know why she doesn't comment on the show. I don't know why. She's commenting on Facebook. She did this the last time I streamed too.
What is she saying?
She apologized, saying, for stressing me out. That's something I was talking about earlier in the show. I mean, you know me. Things aren't personal.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I say they are. You know what I mean? Yeah, everything that Vegas said is probably close to accurate there. But anyway, yeah. Melissa is, I was saying earlier, she is trans and doesn't have a whole lot of experience outside of her realm, and there's a lot of things that she's not familiar with. She has a lot of questions, and it's just kind of hard sometimes to keep up with everything. So she was thanking me for the criticism and for the honesty, and and that's all fine and good. That's cool. Yeah, Paige, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What I have
You just did it too, so
what I have figured out about houses and mortgages in general is that the lower interest rates that everybody else was happy about, that's the worst scenario for me as somebody who wants to pay off the house quicker. You know, for me, the best thing would be lower housing price total and high interest rate because, you know, being somebody who just got ahead a little bit, I can do that. And so this could be a really good thing for me, this housing crash, but it needs to happen.
so you all heard that, right?
Yeah.
You all heard that. He said he got head. I heard it. You guys heard it, right? What? What happened?
Well, that's a better reason for being late to your show than you gave them before.
It would be neat if housing wasn't a for-profit enterprise. I mean, it would be neat if it snowed cotton candy. Yeah. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't think profit is bad.
Well, I feel like there's a bunch of things that have been done to just the U.S. way of life and the whole economy, the way it's been built over like hundreds of years, that home ownership is supposed to be something that enriches you.
Right.
So a whole portion of the tax law that all kind of incentivizes you to get a home and then be a good neighbor because now you own this fucking home and you want to be a part of your community, right?
Right.
And so when you take this incentivized owning of homes and then have banks looking at it like, ooh, there's incentives that are like a hedge against inflation if we just buy up a whole bunch of fucking houses. It's actually safer than if we're holding on to
See,
stock.
but what you're talking about, that from what I understand, that's like a new kind of fun. I don't know of anywhere that's happening outside of the places that you yourself have mentioned. And I mean, that doesn't, say anything about whether or not that's good or bad or whatever. You know, too many bank-owned properties. Yeah, you ain't kidding. That's true. And there are more empty houses out there than there are homeless people. So yeah, we have a solution to a problem that we're not utilizing. But anyway, I mean, what you're describing though isn't really the norm. So
No, it isn't. It's when opportunity gets squeezed out of each sector one by one, they will look for how to squeeze more opportunity out of every other thing.
right, and that's what happens when people just keep cutting regulations.
Yeah.
Things need to be regulated. Like, I am not against profit. I don't think having a profit motive is necessarily a bad thing. I think if all you have is a profit motive, that could lead to problems. I think if capitalism is left unchecked, it leads to death. I mean, of somebody, some
Yep.
motherfucker's gonna die. But I mean, but that doesn't mean that profit is bad. It doesn't mean that buying something and when you have a good opportunity to sell it to make some money, that's a bad thing. I don't think any of those things are bad. So just like I'm not against landlords either. Like everybody always freaks out about landlords. Like if I own a piece of property and I'm able to afford to move to another one and rent out the first one, why shouldn't I be able to do that? And why shouldn't I be able to put a little money in my pocket in doing so? If I am charging more than is reasonable for the property, that's different. Again, things should be regulated, but
Yeah. So what about when you know that people can't afford to pay for your property, but if you don't charge as much as the market will bear, then you yourself can't afford to live in this weird sort of
well,
inflated.
that's the thing. I mean, you shouldn't, but that's the thing. If you can't afford to live, then you shouldn't be renting something out. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, you need to be able to exist first, because if you are betting your existence on the fact that your tenants are going to pay your bills, people might argue that it's not fair to your tenants. I don't believe that. I think it's not fair to you. I think what you're doing is you're setting yourself up for a problem, because everybody, including your tenants, have bad days. Everybody loses a job, loses a loved one or a spouse, has an emergency or a tragedy. And if you're betting your existence on them, you have a problem waiting to happen.
But what if, hear me out,
Okay.
this landlord actually buys insurance for if their tenants can't pay?
Okay, but they need to pay for that insurance for something, right?
Yeah, they raise the monthly.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying though. But they can't really then afford.
Yeah.
But they can't. That's the thing though. I mean, if you're constantly robbing from Peter to pay Paul, then you're not.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? You're not really the landlord at that point. The bank is.
Very true with a lot of things.
It's like a daisy chain of renters.
Yeah, so hear me out. Taking that parallel to what I do for a living, I'm not actually the clinician that decides what mental health problem that somebody has. It's actually their health insurance practicing without a license. Because when I put what they're actually experiencing on certain forms, the insurance company doesn't want to pay for that. They want me to classify it as something else.
We've had this conversation. I mean, it's like when I called my insurance company, they wanted to know which transgender procedures are covered and which aren't. And the woman at the insurance company said, "Oh, we don't have a list like that. It all depends on how the doctor writes it up, and the decision is made from that." And that's insane. That's absurd. Like, how does one then do any kind of like health planning when you don't know if it'll be covered or not until they decide based on the wording used by the doctor? That's stupid. But yeah, it's stupid.
Very stupid. There are a lot of things that you guys were saying earlier that I wanted to chime in on.
Sometimes I say things just so I can get you to chime in.
Oh, you were trying to get me from doing what I was doing and actually jump into the call. One of the things that I do want to make a full length video on. I'm talking like I will make this video. It will be ContraPoints quality. When I make this video, and it will get 200 views. Right? Will I get ContraPoints viewership? But hear me out.
You're not a
I think if somebody commits a crime like you guys were talking about before, like being a murderer or being a rapist, those two things, I think that every person that does that, with very few exceptions, has a mental health disorder, right? I'm going to
Right.
say homicidal ideation, just like if somebody was suicidal, we would consider it a mental health disorder. Homicidal ideation is mental health disorder, but also everyone who intentionally goes and rapes someone, you know,
Even tongue rapes.
yeah. So just like we have like depression and anxiety, we could have rapiness, right? We have obsession, we have all sorts of things, compulsion, but rapiness should be not with that term, but like some term about this person has a predilection to forcing themselves sexually on other people.
Your
And
Honor, the defendant is being charged with raposity.
yeah, reciprocity. So, so rapiness, the reason why rapiness is not a mental health disorder is exactly the way that you were just, uh, you know, lampooning me right there. It's because if it were a mental health disorder that they had, they might be able to defend themselves with it.
Hmm.
If being murderous was a mental health disorder, then they could just say, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I had a mental health problem because I was murderous.
Murderosity.
Yeah, murderous. So the problem therein becomes, uh, I think, in reality, anyone who rapes other people has a mental health disorder.
I agree. Here's the thing:
But
is
in practice, we can't give them a mental health disorder because there's this other business of law that is
right.
affecting my business
And
of
that's what I was.
practicing in
But
mental
that's
health.
what I. Right, but that's what I was just going to address. Was even that I think is bullshit though, because um everybody has a mental illness of some kind,
Mhm.
or at some point in their lives they do, and that does not mean that they are then not responsible for their actions. Depression is a mental illness, and it is fairly widespread. There are many very common mental illnesses. Those people aren't out killing people or suffering from raposity. So you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I
I,
mean, if
what
you're
I'm positing
suffering from
here
a
is that
very
people,
if you're suffering from a very common mental illness and you get pulled
yeah,
over speeding, you're still getting a fucking ticket.
what I'm positing here is people who make the decision to be rapey have a specific mental illness that is omitted from the list of mental illnesses that I can diagnose,
Right.
chiefly because they would then be able to defend themselves in court with it.
Right, but that's the thing. It is just because they can say something is a mental illness does not mean that that gives them a defense. Because there's a lot of mental illnesses that you cannot use as a defense, and that defense for mental illness should be relegated to very specific things. I mean, being a rapist does not mean you're insane, and insanity is something that is a defense. There's a difference between a mental illness or even a mental health crisis or whatever and being insane. There's a difference. And just saying that it's a mental health issue or it's a mental illness does not mean you're crazy.
Okay.
Like I said, that
I'm,
was my
I'm, I'm going to say
that was the
it
entire
doesn't
point.
exactly correlate, but if you take serial killers or serial rapists,
Serial killers are insane, though.
serial rapists also correlate a lot better to insanity than just one-off rapists, right?
Hmm.
And this insanity that I'm pointing towards we still cannot codify it in our
I-
books that say what diagnoses are what, because
don't-
if we
I don't
did,
buy that.
we would run into
I don't buy that. The problem isn't the I don't buy I don't buy that at all, because the problem isn't the diagnosis becoming a defense. The issue is seeing a punishment as an all or nothing. So, okay, let's say somebody commits a crime of repetitive rapeosity, and they're arrested, they go for trial, blah 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 blah. They use mental illness as a defense, and that mental illness as a defense works. So they don't get the ultimate punishment, which would have been being chained to a water fountain in the basement of the federal prison. Doesn't mean they walk. Why can't it be this person who has successfully defended themselves as being mentally ill still is not safe to walk among
and
us?
I would say people who you try to use that as a defense very often would not walk. But
Right. So
the
then why
idea
is
that
it an issue?
somebody might use it as a defense at all is preemptively restricted by us not even touching the subject in
That's
the way that we diagnose.
that's nonsense, because that's preventing dangerous people from being taken off the street.
And so there are other reasons why the DSM, it's the Diagnostic Statistical Manual.
Yeah.
There's other reasons why there are things in and not in that book.
LGBT people are aware of the DSM.
Yeah.
It's
They're there and not there in the book because of outside sources that have nothing to do with actually like putting labels on people that are helpful in telling the next clinician, hey, this might help this person. You know, there's nothing in there that is prognostic anyway. But like when I tell the next clinician that somebody has depression, they have a pretty good idea of what I mean.
Right.
Right. There are things that should be in there that are not, that we have terms for, that I can tell the next clinician they know what I mean, and they know that it has to do with this person's mental health. But it
right. That
cannot
person
go in the book.
is right. Right. Nutcakes, fruity pants. Right. That's a technical term, by the way. Look it up.
Internationally, there are codes for things that within America, the insurance companies will not pay for these things. But we have codes for them that we can use from the international mental health agencies that when we put these codes on, like the next clinician, they would know what I'm talking about, and they know that it's a mental health problem. One of them that I've seen a lot is problems relating to release from prison. Right? If I say this to another clinician, they know exactly what I mean, that this person is having a hard time finding a job with a
Right.
label of a felon. You know, it's affecting their mental health, the label itself, and you know,
So on and so forth.
there's a code for that.
Right.
But it's not something that insurance wants to pay for here in America, so it's not listed the same way in the DSM. You mentioned like LGBT community is aware of what's in the DSM. I actually feel like
What's the DSM 5? Is that what we're using now?
it's actually DSM-5 TR.
Okay.
It just came out in April. Every few years, they either make a new DSM number, or they halfway through to making the new one, they come out with the text revision. So it doesn't take 20 years to get to the new one. It takes like 10 years to get to the TR, and then another 10.
Right. Because I think it was the DSM 4 where they removed homosexuality. They removed homosexuality as a mental illness. It's one of the reasons why LGBT people are aware of the manual.
Yeah.
And
they still have a problem in that another reason why things get changed in the DSM is not because of the science.
Right.
It's because of social pressure
Right.
to make things right. And because of the zeitgeist of the day, one of the things that they changed in the DSM-5 TR that just came out in April is using a lot of they them pronouns in the section that's talking about uh, trans people. So that was one of the changes that they thought was really important to make, was to get the pronouns right. You know, to be more culturally sensitive to.
Not a hill I would die on, but okay.
And I'm like, well, there are more important things that they could have added to that section. Even in the last just 10 years, a lot of good science has come out, but it doesn't seem to have made its way into the book, because what makes its way into the book is, affected by a lot of different uh, factors that don't have to do with the science so much as what outside influences want the book to be. And so that, to me, is dangerous,
I can see that.
because it can just as easily turn into something to where people who we don't want uh, making all of the revisions start making the revisions in a way that's really horrible.
Sorry. Sorry.
Paige is in the chat saying the insanity defense is rarely employed.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've noticed in other agencies that are around uh, the issue of not competent to stand trial due to mental illness, that or reason of insanity, um, they get this person, and they put them in a program while they're awaiting a hearing on their competency, and the program is there to rehabilitate them to be able to be competent to stand trial. So it's not like being incompetent to stand trial temporarily can get you, off by reason of insanity. No, they just put you in a mental health facility, and then when they declare that you are finally, all about it, then you can stand trial for the things that you did when you were not all about it. See what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I find that to be a bit of an injustice, because especially if you have somebody who was homeless at the time, and then you take them out of that homeless environment that was making them go nuts, and then you put them in a treatment facility, just changing their environment, to a place where they don't have to be full of anxiety all the time. It's a really big change. And then they're not really the same person that was, peeing on the building in front of kids.
Okay.
Not not the person that would do that anymore. It's difficult for me to say more with, like, I'm always thinking, like, uh is this something that has to do with my clients or a news story that I read?
Good night, Vegas.
Night. And so that's one of the reasons why I've kind of cut back on my YouTube video making. It's like, I always have that question, like, confidentiality. Is there any possible way that I'm breaking it just by, like, having a subject on my mind? Could I possibly be, like, saying something at the same time as somebody else is going through something, which might link them to me
But
in a
that
way.
same thing, would apply to all kinds of people. So
Yeah.
since you're not giving any information that pinpoints a person, then no.
There are strange things that still count as breaking confidentiality. Like, I'm not saying this, but if I were to say that my client didn't show up today, I didn't give you any information as to like who they actually are, but there are some certain circumstances where you might be like trying to uh, figure out the identity of someone, and if they didn't show up at a certain place, then that's one of those things that you might be able to use as information. And so I can't even say that.
I suppose so.
Yeah. And so it seems weird, but I can't even say whether or not my clients showed up today.
Did they?
Not on a Sunday. I don't work on Sundays.
Well, there you go. And with that, I am going to end the show. I'm tired. I'm going to go get something to
Just
drink.
stuff to talk to you about, like, once the show's over.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming. Actually, there was I noticed there was a few times we had quite a few people in here. And thank you. Mi gente. Alrighty. Good night, all.